purple bolt and energy mag, blue shield.
I'm gonna go for that blue shield.
Okay.
Has this been looted or was it you guys?
Yeah, it's been looted.
There's people close.
Fighting?
Yeah. Charge rifle.
Yeah.
Like east.
Yeah, I see a guy right there.
I'm a bit behind.
I'm not gonna scan.
Don't let Candy see you drop the 30-30. Dude, the 30-30. I mean, it was frying that one game, but it's not the end all. I think it's gonna work for me ranked. Let's just say that. Hi, Brian. They looted and they scooted. Classic. That late night? You had a late night, Brian? What were you doing? Alright, I guess you don't want to talk about it. That's fair.
Taking the sip.
You are? Okay. Come
Yeah.
on. Oh, streaming? A late night Brian stream? But you could not get... Wait, what? You were streaming because you couldn't sleep? Not hearing that right?
No, not looted, I think. There has been people here.
Over there is looted.
It's a 99 here.
There's a guy right there. The Bloodhound. With a sniper, it looks like. And the cleanup with another dog just had it.
Gotta go to this
Oh.
house.
Just
Oh,
go
gold.
wingman here. What the fuck?
What's that?
It was a gold wingman.
Just laying around.
What?
What the freak? You know what? If you want it, you can take it. I'll take it.
Basically.
Doesn't matter.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm Legacy. You got Diamond? Or do you want me to get Diamond? I don't think I'm gonna get Diamond this season, man. I didn't even plan on playing ranked the split. I want to get back to Battlefield in a minute. Ah, dude, I don't. I mean, like, I can get plat any day of the week, but I mean, fuck, man, I hit a huge wall when I hit plat. Like, absolutely huge wall. Like, I needed a team. I needed to get better. Like, just everything about it. You hit plat first day of reset. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, because that puts you at gold 2 if you were diamond 4, right? So it's not too bad for you to hop right in. I was plat 4, so I get put down to, I think, silver 2, unless they've changed it. So I'd have to get all the way through gold again, and I could do it for sure. I mean, I solo queued it last split. It took a lot longer than I thought it would, but I solo queued it last split. I haven't played actually in like a week because I've been working on this. This whole series is the Apex rework and stuff, so I just haven't been playing. I've been trying to focus on getting this done. because we covered my Word document so far. So there's a separate series, like episode 1 through 5 of the loot, legend, and gameplay changes, and then there's some updates to that on the Discord server. And then the last week of this has been working on gun time to kills. And so I restarted the whole project from scratch, basically, beside the Word document. That's been around for a hot minute. I didn't make too many changes to that. But any change that I made to that document, we did live. So I basically wrote that in like January, February, and then just let it sit for a couple months to kind of reset, play the game again, get back into it, remind myself of all the stuff that's changed, and then hop back in to tweak those ideas a little bit more, because in season 7 they might have been okay, but for the changes that they made, the new legends that got introduced, there's and just new point of view for myself, there was a lot that needed to get changed on that document for sure, but most of it was pretty good. Most of it I didn't have to tweak. And then this was the guns. We had to change a lot. The guns we basically just completely restarted. Like, it wasn't that bad, and it could have been tweaked, but it just, for me, it wasn't worth remembering why I did the things to go back in and retweak what was already kind of not there in the first place. Like, retweaking it would have just meant going through the same mental process as just redoing it, so it was just easier and faster to redo it than be constantly tweaking all these numbers to get them to be where I need them to be. So we just did that instead. And so up to this point, we did the body TTKs, the limb TTKs, the head TTKs. And we went ahead and handled magazine capacity, but not reload times. And now I, off stream, finished the rest of the velocities. So I went ahead and put in all the muzzle velocities for all the guns and have approximate numbers that I can tweak at the moment. And then we're going to be going and finishing up some spreadsheets to get everything to read the right way, get everything to equal what it needs to equal, kind of thing. And then I think what we're going to do today is plug in the new velocities into the graphs and see how they fare. And we'll have to do one graph with the actual numbers, then we're going to be converting those numbers into 30 FPS numbers so that we know how it would play on console. But now with the new next gen out, we probably should expect a next gen update for Apex pretty soon. So we might go ahead and redo those at 60 FPS. The only issue for that is that when we do 60 FPS, my editing software only does 30. Because I use Adobe Premiere Rush, and so I can't count frame by frame at anything higher than 29.97, which is one of the reasons why I was converting my numbers into 30 FPS so that it's more accurate to what I can capture in game. If I was given access to the muzzle velocities source code and like what it actually says in game at these ranges and what the server is receiving, then I could do a more accurate comparison. But if I was given access to those numbers, I'm pretty sure I'd have to sign an NDA, and the odds of me getting that, especially at this point in the project, are pretty low. I'd have to finish it compared to in-game, and then later, if it was like an officially condoned thing with Respawn, then I might be able to, you know, get a more accurate comparison and tweak these even more. But for now, I'm gonna have to go off of what the in-game experiences for, like, when you go into firing range and record the gameplay and stuff like that. That's what I'll be going off of, and that I can only count up to 30 FPS. Even if I record higher, it doesn't matter how high I record. It matters what the editing software can let me count, because I won't see it on the frame by frame until, you know, I get a software that can do higher. Then it would matter. But I don't know if there's anything that does higher than 29.97. It's been a minute since I was in this industry, so I don't know if there's another thing that I should be looking at to count at a higher FPS. But for now, for like what we're using it for and like the odds of this becoming a thing, like 30 FPS is fine. So that's kind of what we've been doing. We still have to do the bow and the Mozambique and all that time to kill. That's going to be kind of interesting. And this was just kind of going through and getting it to equal everything that it was supposed to from the body. And I think I was going off the print version. I was thinking about going off of this, but that seemed like a bad idea. So I think I was going to go off of this, but then I have to go in and click like that every single time. And it's super annoying. So what I usually do is just write it all down and then type it in, but that can lead to a lot of work. And so like long term, it is best to do the clicky bit, but it's just going to take so much longer. Because I will likely have to change these time to kill, so I think I am just going to suck it up and do it the slow way. But it's not going to be fun because this is boring. That's the wrong one. But yeah, so Legacy, if you have any questions that I can answer, then I am more than happy to help with that. Whether that's about Apex's current state, opinions on the current state, or what the goal of this project is supposed to be. I was lucky enough, Loki. That's especially, yeah, dude. This is not even like. It's gonna get nuttier, man. I mean, like, look. This is where we're going. Like, this is what we're doing today. We're gonna go in and change all of these. Yep. Well, this is what happens, man. This is what you got to do if you want to know exactly what you're doing and like what the consequences of all the choices that you're making for the weapons and stuff. It's what you got to do, man. It's just what you got to do. Like, this is you can watch me make all this, by the way. I do, like, this is what we've shown up to this point, basically. This spreadsheet and all of that. All of this and all of this was all done live on stream. So like, that's, I don't even pay attention to any of that shit. Just use the guns and enjoy it. Yeah. Well, this is what makes them fun. That's why I do it. Because if you do this part right, then they get even more fun. So like, this is the summary of what we did. This is like the graph that shows like how the weapons get worse or better depending on what you do. And so this is the comparison that we're going to use at 180 health to the body, you know, with all the different asterisks that or whatever the hell the plural of asterisks is. I think it's just asterisks. All the different asterisks about, you know, this kind of thing. And so we still have to do the Mastiff, the PK, and the Mozam, and the Eva. And then we still have to do the bow, because I'm reworking the bow pretty hard. But this is like the comparison chart. So the dark gray here is the limb damage. Here, I can zoom in a bit more. Dark gray is limb. Mid gray is body, and then white is head. So this is how all the different guns would compete with each other and how they compare. And you know, the bigger the gap here, the bigger the skill weapon. So this is pretty small, so it's easier to use because you do roughly the same damage. If it doesn't have one at all, then that just means that I'm not using a headshot multiplier, I'm not using a limb multiplier. So it's just the same thing everywhere, which makes it a bit more consistent, gives it a place in the meta. You know, like the RE45 has a faster ADS time. You know, it's more consistent. It's going to do the same thing no matter where you shoot, so it's an easier weapon to use. You don't have to worry about trying to aim for the head, but at the same time, you're not going to be as competitive as the other guns, just in general, and if they can hit headshots. So it's going to be outclassed by other SMGs, but if you are using it consistently and hitting every shot, then you will outpace, you know, pretty much every other gun to the right of this, which is most of the weapons in the game. But you know, like you see with the Flatline and the R301, they have the potential to beat you, and so does the Devotion and Hemlock have a chance to tie. Those are in the wrong spot, aren't they? Yeah, they are. These are in the wrong spot. You know, these guys have a chance to tie because they to the head. It's basically every headshot to the head, every shot to the head. But it's some guns are different. Like there's gonna depend. Like the Wingman could beat an RE45 if they hit enough headshots to reduce the shot to kill, which I think is just one. I'm not sure. We're gonna go through on the final like, you know, write up and make sure that we know that, you know, the shots to the head to reduce the shot to kill, what that would be, all that kind of stuff. But this is because this is assuming 100% accuracy to the head, this is the fastest the gun can kill. Like the R99 and the Prowler and the Alternator or any of these guns cannot kill faster than this, because even if you hit all headshots, this is how fast it would be. So this white isn't assuming that you hit enough headshots to reduce the time to kill. The white is assuming that every single shot was a headshot, because that's what I want to know. I want to know that even if someone's cheating or doing something, or just is completely goated at the game, that there is a fundamental level which they cannot go past, you know, even though it may not be required. Like the 30-30, I think I already worked at. The 30-30 only requires like one headshot to reduce the shot to kill, but even if you land every single headshot, you still can't go below 107, which means that there's certain guns that are fundamentally going to do better than that gun. And that's important, because I basically, like, the goal is that nothing goes below this line. The Wingman can, but the goal is that from here point on, there's almost nothing below this. The Flatline is supposed to. The R301 kind of had to. I didn't really want it to, but it had to. And then the Havoc is supposed to, because the Havoc is supposed to be more of an SMG. The Flatline is supposed to compete with an SMG, but not as well as the R3. Oh, sorry, not as well as the Havoc, rather. And then everything else is basically like, even if you're just hitting body shots, that nothing is going to beat the Alt, the R9, and the Alternate and the Prowler, to make sure that there's that defined weapon meta. Exception of the Kraber, of course, because it just means ADS time. But that's kind of what the goal of this was. And then there's some guns like the Sentinel with anvils that I do, that even if you hit a headshot, it's still going to take another shot. So the headshot time to kill is the same as this. The limb time to kill is way up at 4.45 because it takes a third shot. It takes 2 seconds for the Sentinel anvil to fire a second shot. So the first shot doesn't count because it's your opening of the engagement. The second shot is 2 seconds later, and then the 0.45 is the ADS time. So actually the ADS time on the Sentinel should be 0.6. That's wrong. I thought I put that up to 0.6, or did I? Sentinel ADS. I didn't. Why didn't I? I was supposed to. I was supposed to do that. That's supposed to be 0.6. I was going to give it the same ADS time as the Kraber to help balance it, to give a reason to not pick it up over the others. And then, why does that go to 2.25? What was it before? Before that was 2.05. So that 0.6. Then that means they can get a slightly faster rate of fire to make it go back to 2.05. 2.08 is perfect. 1.35, sure. And then this would still go down to, well, that could go down to like 0.6. Nope. 0.55. Yeah. 0.54. Yeah, 0.54. That's perfect. That just gives it the same thing. And then the Sentinel, this one was 2.05, so 1.36 would, nope, 1.38. Yeah, 1.38. There we go. So that gives them the same time, so it's a slightly faster rate of fire, but longer ADS. So that's good. And so that would be the benefit of the longbow over the Sentinel is that you don't do as much damage, but it has a faster time to kill overall and a faster ADS. But the Sentinel can do much more headshot damage. It can have a chance to one-shot headshot with anvils against level 2 helmet, level 2 body, stuff like that. So that's the whole thing was designed to give pros and cons to each gun, so that no gun is the right answer overall. It's going to depend on the situation that you're in and whether or not you want to risk it. And that some guns are better for more common situations, but that they will lose in the uncommon situations. So it gives the weapon meta a lot more of a what's it called? Freeform balance. Like it's really kind of up to the kind of player you are, not necessarily what gun you're using. And that was the main goal of this series. And so if you want to get into the numbers, if you want to, hear my thoughts about this and how I made all these and the decisions I had to make and stuff like that, you can either wait around for when we do shotguns, because that's going to have to happen again. Or if you have way too much time on your hands, I have literally like dozens of hours. I think we're up to, it's 12.75 hours just to go through the Word document. and I think we're on like 25 hours of the Excel document that we streamed, plus, you know, the time that I did off camera, because I did most of this stuff off camera. And so this is taking the meters per second at the range and converting that into milliseconds so that I know how long it should be. And then this is a chart over here that tells me what would be good for that range, average for that range, and bad for that range. And that was explained in the previous episode, where it's based off of the movement speed of the character. So we took 4.5 meters per second, which is a pretty average movement speed for Apex Legends, and that is off the walking speed, not even the sprinting speed. So there's still a 30 to 40%, I think 20 to 40% multiplier on that for sprinting speed. And then that breaks down to 111 milliseconds to go half a meter, because half a meter we're using as the average width of the hitbox. And so the time that it would take for a player to move across that half meter is 111 milliseconds. And that's regardless of range. So in order for a weapon to feel hit scan, it has to be done, it has to have a slower velocity equal to or less than velocity of 111 milliseconds at that range. And so that's kind of the goal here, is that that's why the good, you know, it kind of comes down even at to 150s, 114. But what you have to remember is that 111 milliseconds is it would be like the left edge of the cell to the right edge of the cell. 111 would mean that if you're aiming on the very far line of the character model, and they kept walking in a straight line with no changes, has to be no input change. If they do anything else that might change the direction back the other way, you're gonna miss. So well, they'd have to keep and sustain that direction. They could like wiggle around a bit and you could still hit. But if they don't, basically the 111 just means that that's the maximum amount of time that you have to do it. So like if you were aiming at the far right and pull the trigger and they kept moving perpendicular to you, then you would perfectly hit the very end of their hitbox. So 112 milliseconds would miss because it's that precise. So that's what we're talking about. And so what we also ended up going off of was half of that, which was I think 56 milliseconds. So half of that would mean that if you aimed center mass and they were walking away, that you would hit the very edge of their hitbox. And center mass is the most common, which is why you can see average here at 50 meters is 57 milliseconds, because that would mean that for the most part, if you're aiming center mass, that you're gonna hit basically every shot if they're just walking or ADS strafing. But if they're sprinting, then you might need to lead a little bit more and aim further ahead of them on the character model. But for the most part, if you're tracking your target well enough, then it's gonna hit. And that's kind of what we're talking about here. And so that's why you know, that's a thing. And so bad, even though this is not 56 at 25 meters, that just means that like it's bad in general, but it doesn't mean that it's a bad, you know, thing overall. Like at 25 meters, like super bad would be, you know, more than 111 milliseconds, because then you have to really start aiming ahead, especially if they're trying to sprint around you or something like that. Like it's definitely leading targets a little bit. But in general, like this is what you would consider good or bad. And this kind of is more in line with how like good or bad at this range to have a competent one at this range at the longer ranges. Like for what we did over here out to like 30 meters, we have it all the way to 130 for shotguns, and then, you know, we get up to 83 for the RE45. So it's not like a set guideline by any means. I mean, it's not like a law, but it's a guideline. It's a measuring tool to help us figure out exactly what we're doing, and to make sure that we're having impactful changes on the velocities without making everything super hit scan. So that was the goal there. But yeah, that's kind of what we've been doing. It is I'll give you that though. It's a lot of work. Oh, is it? Okay, my computer's being a little weird, so I wasn't sure. There we go. It wouldn't let me zoom out. I needed to zoom out. But yeah, that's what we're doing. And these time to kills have a couple like asterisks basically. Like it assumes that both players are not ADS'd. So this includes aim down sight time. It assumes perfect accuracy, which it has to, because otherwise it's, you're not really, doing what you think you're doing if you're not accounting for perfect accuracy. And then you can nerf guns with accuracy to make the time to kill harder to get, but you still want to make sure that there's like a solid law that this can never beat that, like a big game of rock paper scissors. That's kind of the goal. So this is just a really big game of rock paper scissors. And yeah, that is what we are doing. And this chart, by the way, is measuring the time to kills at the furthest range that they're possible. So these are the ranges here. I better put some meters there, and then this is the meters per second that's going at that range, and then this is the time that it would take at that range for it to go, and then this is the time to kill to 180 to the chest with aim down sight time included, and then this would be the time to kill plus the time that it takes for the bullets to get there, because the very last shot, the time it takes for the last shot to hit the target is also part of the time to kill, if we want to be super technical about it. So depending on the range and the limit of that range, I want to know if that's going so slow that another gun can beat it, and that can be a good thing. So that's what we want to test. So that's why, with the Alternator and the Prowler, these guys are all at 30, which is the max extent of their range. You can already see that if a flat line is at 30 meters that kills in 1.10, then it might beat the RE45 because of muzzle velocity, and that's an important factor. So that's what we're checking for. And so at 30 meters, the flat line takes around 26 milliseconds, which I can tell you that's already, like, that is the case. The RE45, if both players ADS'd at the exact same time and fired at the exact same time with perfect accuracy, which granted is hard to have happen, but if it was at 30 meters or longer, the RE45 would lose because the velocity that it would take for the bullet to go from the RE45 to the flatline player is so long that the flatline's bullet would be faster, and it would be a near identical time to kill, but technically the flatline would win. And that's kind of what we're looking for, where the flat line is like that arranged SMG. That's what I want. That was the intention. So to see that that's happening with like the RE45 or even the Volt is in danger of doing that as well at longer ranges, then that's perfect, because the flat line's only at 1.19, and the Volt, if we put it all the way out to 75 meters, it would likely do very bad, because at 50 meters it's already 100 milliseconds, which would add on 0.1 to the Volt's time to kill of 1.06, which also means that the flat line at 1.19 at 75 meters, at 50 meters, it likely would tire beat it as well. So it's a little tight. It's not as much of a runaway as I was hoping, and we might go back and fix that, but the possibility is there. And so that's kind of the goal, because we want those guns to have a place. We want them to do what they're designed to do, and SMGs are not designed for range. So if you use them at range, then you're harming your time to kill, basically. That's kind of the goal here. And we need to see if we're doing a good enough job at that. But we also need to make sure that the graphs don't look like completely insane because of how fast like the velocity is changing or anything like that. I want to make sure that the graphs look good as well. And so hopefully that all works out. But that is the plan. I don't even think I have a place for the bow check. I don't have a place for the bow check on the body spreadsheet yet, because I was dumb and I forgot that the bow existed. I went ahead and balanced a gun that doesn't exist, and then forgot to balance the guns that do, because I wasn't thinking about the bow. This was a season 7 spreadsheet, so I forgot to do that. Forgot to do that. Oh, that's supposed to be the 30-30. 30-30. Do double tap. Nope. God damn it. 187. No, we want it to be 193. Flatline Anvil. I don't remember the Flatline Anvil being that close. It is. It is that close. Don't recall putting it that close, but it is that close. I guess it doesn't matter that it's that close because they have very different muzzle velocities. The thing is definitely better. Triple take is definitely better. That charge with beam. Oh, that was Sentinel. Whoops. This should just be -6 actually. Yeah, there we go. +6 would be 235. Yeah, that's actually correct. That is. Oh, it's not +6. 6 would be 41. That's correct. And then that's +6, so 247. That is correct as well. I had to work on the spreadsheet enough that I know that that's what I'm looking for here. And then 47 would be 53, and that is correct as well. Okay. Right. So that's all the important info. So that we can go through and look at that as a comparison later. And next, I think we're gonna go into graphs. I think it's time to graph this shit, and I think I want to do what I did before and just make everything equal, because that's gonna be the easiest way to do this. And it is 25. This is gonna be a different chart that we're looking at because we go from, I think we do 10, 20. Here, let me put the M's there. 10, 20, 30, 40. And I think we even have a 50 as well. I'm gonna stretch you down one more and do 50 meters. And then we're gonna keep these the guidelines. This is what would be considered like super fantastic for walking speeds. So sprinting speeds obviously gonna be slower than this, not faster. So this is for if you wanted to be able to hit scan a sprinting target, you would need a faster velocity than these. But at 10 meters, this is basic. I'd argue that this is basically hit scanning even sprinting targets at 10 meters, which is kind of the point. I think it should. But anyway, yeah, so this is going to equal over here to the R9 at 10 meters. Oh, nope, not here, though. Not that. That is the muzzle velocity. This needs to equal the time. So that's going to equal to this. But this is not displaying that correctly. Why is it not? Let's try that again. R9, that. No, it doesn't like that. Doesn't like that. Let's check the format. Decimal places 3. That's why. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's not going to quite do it. Okay. I know what I need to do. So, what I need to do is... that's going to be interesting. I know what I need to do, but this is going to be a pain in the butt. But it's going to be worth it, but it's going to be a pain in the butt, and it's more spreadsheet work. Yay! Spreadsheet work. I love spreadsheet work. Okay. What I need to do is take this section here and get rid of oh, hold on. Just do that. And then we're going to do this. And that. And then this is going to become the range. Go 10, 20. Formats, no decimal places. 10, 20, 30, 40, 40, come on, not 41. 40 and 50. And then this is now going to be the gun of the R99. We're not going to worry about plotting shotgun. No, I should worry about plotting shotguns. I should. It's just so much work, but I need to. It's the right thing to do. Nope, that's paste. Come on, can you? Thank you, fingers. Thank you for hitting the right thing. It's the right thing to do. I need to actually worry about that. I can insert some stuff. I'll leave that one blank and I'll just insert it later because it's just going to equal the R9. And then, equal that. This will equal that. Equal that. This will equal that. This will equal that. And then this is going to equal this times 100. Oh, no, more than 100 times 1,000. Perfect. No, times 100. Hey, bro, fam, how's the update? It's going pretty good. Going pretty good. Times, these are milliseconds. Oh, shoot. No, I did the right thing. This is supposed to be, this is milliseconds. That's, oh, wait a minute. No. That was correct because this 111 milliseconds is 0.111. So 50 milliseconds is 0.056 because that's, yeah. How much of a dumb fuck was I being? I need to make sure that I'm not being a dumb fuck. So conversion calculator. Yeah, we're going speed. This is meters per second to milliseconds. Converts. Starts. Oh, not. Hold on, this is wrong. No, go back. We're doing seconds. First, just seconds. Meters per hour, centimeters per hour. Inches per second. No, that's not right. Oh, time. Time. Seconds. Seconds to. No, I want seconds to milliseconds. Hold on. Microseconds. Okay, 1,000 millisecond. 1 second is 1,000 milliseconds. Yeah. Okay. So I was right. No, if 1 second's 1,000 milliseconds. Hold on. So 1 second is 1,000 milliseconds. I feel like I should have. I was just operating under the assumption that I remembered what I was doing in chemistry and physics, but that might have been a bad idea. But I feel like I remember that because this is meters per second. So if I want to know how quickly that gets there, then I would divide this many meters by the velocity, which should give me the number of milliseconds. Right, because if I was to go for 25 meters over 1, and that was multiplied by 1 over 1 second, rather, it'd be 1 second divided by the velocity of how many meters it goes per second. So say 950, meters, then the meters would cancel out. It would leave me with seconds, and the number of seconds would be equal to 25 divided by 950 in seconds. And so 25 divided by 950 is that 0.026. Whoops. So 0.026 seconds is that. And then if I wanted to convert from 0.026 seconds into milliseconds, then I would convert this over 1 times this to 1,000 milliseconds to 1 second, and then that would leave me with milliseconds, and then that times 1,000 would be 26, which is 26 milliseconds. Yeah, no, 260. Oh, no, 0.026 times 1,000. 26. Okay, yeah, then I'm fine. Then I'm fine, because that's what I want. I want it to be 26 milliseconds. That's the point. Because 56 milliseconds is a thing. Because when we went off of the 4.5 meters per second, which would be 4.5 meters over 1 second, and then that would be times the 1 over the 0.5. Oh, I know, this is dividing. We're dividing that, which is why it works, because you're not multiplying, you're dividing. Can you just put the divide logo in there? I just want to put a slash. I can't put a. Why can't I put a slash? What are you doing? Just do a thing. Okay, can I just do that? Why can I not do that? That's so weird. I don't want to do whatever you're trying to make me do. Can I? Oh, come on. Okay, whatever. So this this is division. Okay, division. If you divide this by this, and this is 1 over half a meter, then this is actually 1 second. And when you divide a unit that's already on the bottom, meaning the seconds that's already on the bottom, when you divide, it divides it again. And then that ends up turning it, it's weird, but it inverts where the unit is to the top, which is why when you divide 4.5 meters per second by half a meter, you get 111, well, 0.111 seconds. That's what you would get when you divide those two things together, and then that would need to be converted times 1,000 in order to get the number of milliseconds, which is 111. So 56, yeah, so that's all fine. So the math is fine. The math is fine. I'm not wrong. The math is fine. I didn't make a mistake. Totally fine. I just, for some reason, got super confused when I thought it was 100 milliseconds to 100 milliseconds to a second, but that's wrong. It's 1,000 milliseconds. Milli is literally the God, I'm forgetting the vocabulary term for that. What's the, when it's the, God, it's like the same, fuck, I'm forgetting that, but it's the terms for the thing that's in front, that it means a certain thing. Like deca means 10, milli means 1,000, cent means 100. I'm forgetting the name of that specific modifier, but it's metric. Prefix, thank you. The prefix, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, the goddamn U.S. schools and not teaching me metric from when I was a kid. I learned it in fucking high school, and then I never used the damn thing because we're weird as shit. And so if I don't keep using it, I forget. I was totally fine with all this until I stopped going to college, and then it all went away. I stopped taking calc, I stopped taking chem, I stopped taking physics, and within fucking 2 months it was gone. Super annoying. I'm honestly like, if there's one thing that I hate the most, it's how much I've forgotten from school. I absolutely hate how much of my schooling I forgot. It honestly bugs me. Like I would have to do a lot of it over again. and I don't want to do that, but I need to. That I can do this kind of stuff again and like be smart, you know? It's oh, hold on. But yeah, this would be equal to wait, that was the wrong thing. No, I didn't. Oh, that's fine. That's times 1000. And before I get too deep in this, I want to see if this is going to work. Because the goal of this is to do this to, oh god damn it, no, not to there, this to here, to there, enter, and it's still not doing it. Why are you still not doing it? That's dumb. You should do that. Why are you not doing it? Okay, if I do this and I just type in 12.5, does it then show up? No, it doesn't. Why are you not doing that? BD3, yeah, BD3. What is that? The exclamation point's in the wrong spot, isn't it? Equal to this, to here, to there. Isn't that exclamation point in the wrong spot? Isn't it supposed to just do this? I could have sworn this is just what you do to make it equal that. I don't know why it's being so weird. There's a problem with this formula. I'm not trying to type. Why is there a problem with that formula? There shouldn't be. Oh, there's a space. No, that didn't. That's so weird. I don't know why that's not working. It usually works. Making it equal one thing from the other. Maybe I need to restart Excel, but that should be working just fine. This should just equal it. Should just do that. All right, I typed them in last time, so I can type it in again. It's just I know these are going to change, so I'm trying to make it faster in the long run because I know none of this is going to stay the same, but whatever. This is definitely all going to change. Or rather, the odds of it changing are high enough that I should just do what I'm doing right now. But I guess I have to write them down. Super annoying. But we know that's 12.5, which would get down there. That's fast. Okay. And then this is going to go here, and we'll do single digits. Single decimal place as well. But yeah. All right, I guess I'm just going to get a piece of paper. Right. And we'll type it all in a minute. So if you guys have any questions, concerns, stuff like that, recommendations, suggestions, like maybe like a new gun you want to see, a new legend you want to see, stuff like that, we can write all that kind of stuff down and add it in. Oh, and then this is also showing a different number than what the actual value is, but that's a good point. Because it's not showing the last decimal place. Maybe, you know what we'll do is we'll have this equal to that divided by 3, and then we'll add times 1000. That way it's the number of milliseconds, and then this can all get changed to single decimal place, and that'll let me know exactly how many milliseconds it is. And is that going to work the whole way down? Yeah, that is actually going to work the whole way down. Okay, cool. Cool. So this should work out just fine. And then this can do the same thing. And we'll go times 1000. We'll just do it here. Cool. And then now we get 12.5, which is what we need to have here. Okay. Oh, and in case you're wondering, the H in parentheses means heirloom. So the alternator is a care package gun, the 3030 is a care package gun, and the Kraber is a care package gun. And I think that's the easiest way to make everyone happy, because most people probably won't care if the 3030 goes in care package, and I'm giving it a pretty decent buff to make it worth it. Then I can get the Prowler back, the PK can stay in ground loot with a little bit of a buff, and then the alternator can get shunned into the care package because it doesn't need to be here. Like, we already have the R301 and the R9, so the alternator is just kind of like duplicating a hole that's already being filled. So we don't like need the alternator, so it would be the least missed submachine gun if put in the care package. And then the Prowler can take the place that it's attempting to fill, but will do a better job at because it's heavy. So it gives heavy ammo a lot more flexibility like it used to have. And so it would ruin the meme of you know, the Star Wars one that I've been seeing about Anakin and Padme, and going like, I need a heavy mag, and then Padme's like, it's for a flatline, right? And then, you know, it goes back to Anakin, and he just stares, and then she's like, it's for a flatline, right? But then it, you know, it would ruin that meme. But like, I'm happy to ruin a meme if it, you know, means helping heavy ammo be more versatile, and giving it a bit more reason to be picked up other than just a flatline. So this times 1000, yeah, okay, there we go. Then this is going to get reformatted to 1 decimal place, and so yeah, I thought that meme was pretty funny. So it would ruin that meme, but I think it's the right call. So now this is in milliseconds, which is good. So that way it's a bit easier to compare. And almost there. And you're going to notice that we start some of these at like longer ranges. And that is because there's certain weapons that I just don't need to worry about if they're going to be effective at shorter ranges, because they're going to be effective at the longer range to begin with. And so if I know it's going to be effective at 75 meters, I don't need to know if it's effective at 50 or 25, because I know it will. Hey, 90D, what's up, buddy? You streamed today, right? How'd your stream go? How is your day? Oh, whoops. Did that work? No, that didn't work. There we go. He is lurking though, so when he gets back, he'll probably let me know when he's back, and I'll ask about his stream then. But I appreciate the lurks. I actually, funny enough, I was in Boom Razzle's stream. I might have already talked about this last episode, but Boom Razzle plays with some devs pretty frequently, and so I was like seriously, but like also jokingly going like, hey, Brian, can I borrow you for like 15 hours to go over Apex changes? And Boom thought that was pretty funny, and he's like, you know what, like, if you make a video or write an essay, like, let me know, you know? Like he didn't want to debate it, but he wanted just, you know, for him to be able to in his own time read what I maybe have going on, stuff like that. Then I was like, all right, cool, that'd be dope. I'd love to hear from you. You know, that'd be fun. Would love to know what you think and if they're, you know, reasonable changes. And so I went ahead while I had his attention to let him know, like, hey, by the way, like I already streamed like all those changes. You know, if you wanna watch those VODs right now, you know, they're 13 hours. And sorry for the rants, but you know they're there. If you wanna if you wanna poke around and tell me what you think, kind of thing. But yeah, that's where we're at with that. So we might, keyword might, get lucky and get some dev attention. I don't know. But it'd be fun, man. I'd really love and appreciate the feedback from Respawn, official and not official, to see if they would agree with even a couple, just to go like, hey, you know what, like most of these ideas are probably a little bit too strong for us, but like there's some good stuff in here, you know, just to be able to at least be able to do that, to be able to put that on my resume and say like, hey, like I submitted some changes as a game tester to Respawn and they actually did them, you know, like that would be huge, especially for like experience and stuff, because I don't have a degree in this and I don't have a lot of formal education in this either. But for a game company to like hear these changes, see these changes, and actually do them, that would be huge. So if I could at least in job apps put that Respawn administered a few of my changes, that'd be pretty big. Especially if those changes were positive for the community. If I can also say that you know, that the game did better after those changes, or just to get a letter of rec from Respawn too, saying like, hey, like we saw a slight improvement in our game performance after making these changes and like community feedback was good, then that'd be huge. Whether they do one of them, whether they do two of them, or whatever, like at the very least it's a foot in the door, right? And it's something to go off of, because a lot of this industry is just you know, who you know and connections. And so to be able to have a letter of rec from a studio as popular and big as Respawn would be huge. Now that looks like a lie. Why is that a lie? What are you doing here? Yep, it's a lie. Oh, whoops. Yep, those are all lies. God damn it. Yeah, those are all lies. I already wrote down those numbers too. Okay. Well, let's do it again. I'll get a new piece of paper. We'll do it again. It still said 10. I'm being a dumb fuck. That number has to change or it's not true. And it took going all the way down to that one. We realized that that was a fucking lie when I should have known better, when at 50 meters it's going 47 milliseconds. Maybe that would have been a clue that something was wrong. But we caught it early. At least I didn't have to go all the way to the graph to go like, that doesn't look quite right. Could have been worse. Okay. There we go. Much better. Ah, goddamn. Goddamn. Here we go. 75. Of course. Oh, you know what? Oh, is that gonna work? I think that will. I don't know if that will. This is Z55. That's Z51. I think that. Oh yeah, yeah, that'll work. That's 75. That's 50. This is. No, that's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Do it this way. Um. Oh, god damn it. There we go. And then this one, 100, that's actually correct. It's this one that's not correct. 150, 200, 250, and 300. And then that goes here. That goes there. And all done. Okay. Now let's write them down. God damn. Can I just use... I mean, I'm going to use that a lot. I won't use the back of that. Do my notepad, I've already got notes on, so I'll just grab a piece of paper. The cat likes to play with the balled up pages anyway. No big deal. 5, 4, 3.6. I can't believe I got all the way through the SMGs before I realized that that was fucking wrong. Sleep has not been my friend. I think the most annoying thing about this though is that I can't listen to music. The whole stream would get DMCA'd, and I can't risk anything happening to this content because this is my own intellectual property, and I know I'm streaming it, but I do want to do my best to protect it. And in a way, streaming it does protect it, so I can say like to the date and time, like when I had this idea, so that if for some reason it gets stolen either by some game company or another, then I have a way to be like, hey, like this is exactly the same as mine, kind of thing. With the gun stuff, probably not so much. I don't know if I can actually protect that, but the legend ideas at least, like, yeah, if those are something that isn't already similar to something else, I didn't really like look up any other games. Like my only hero shooter I've ever played is this, so it maybe they're too similar to an Overwatch character. I'm not totally sure. I never played Overwatch. I never kept up with what they do or who they are. I don't know any of the names except Hanzo, and I know he has a bow. That's the extent of my Overwatch knowledge. I know there's a hamster in a like little robot. That's about it. I don't know about that game. So if there is a similarity to any of my stuff to other games, I don't know what it is. And so I would like to think that they're fairly original. But you know, I didn't miss much. Yeah, I might get the second one, but Overwatch might be I think that might be just a different kind of game for me. I don't think it's going to be my style anyway. So I might give it a go, but I'm going to be pretty happy with Battlefield. So hopefully that's good. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and just plug these guys in. Oh, this is R99 Prowler. which is the RON comparison. This now needs to go to alternator because that's the care package. The care package gun. Oh, it's Thal. Okay. 3053.6 and then 90.9 and then 156.3. Yeah. Oh, I don't have those ranges for 50 meters. Oh, these are the RON. For 50 meters, it's this. It's 38. 57. 78. That's all RON. Yeah, there we go. That's better. That's what it's supposed to be. And then these have different multipliers. So this would just be equal to 1.9 times this. Or rather 1.9 equal to 1.9 times 20. Oh, nope, that's right. That's for 25 meters. That's why. This is 25 meters, not 20 meters. That's why this is wrong. So what is it? It's 50. It's 50 divided by 38. Oh, Jesus, that's too big. What was the thing? It was 50 meters takes 38 milliseconds. Then it's no, hold on. 38 meters takes 50 milliseconds, which means it's 0.76 milliseconds per meter. So that times 10 is 7.6. So this would be 7.6 milliseconds. And then this would be equal to that times 2. And then this would be equal to that times 2. And then this would be equal to this times 3. And then that can all get put there. And then all I have to do is the other version, which is 57 divided by 50, which is 1.14. So that times 10 would be 11.4. And then, what is it? This one would be 78 divided by 50, which would be 15.6. There we go. Okay, cool. So that would be what's considered good, average, and bad. And then this would be the R99's curve for that. So you can see that it's still above it, which is definitely where the R9, the guns in Apex are right now. But the guns in Apex are like way above it, not like just kind of above this line. They're like way above this line, which is one of the reasons why I did what I did. Was to have the SMGs definitely be slower than what the line recommends. So that was a choice that I made regarding the balancing. But it gives some of these guns a little bit of a place that they may not have had otherwise if I didn't do that. Otherwise, they're all going to be like pretty close together. And that's what it was before. They were all like super close together, and it just didn't quite make sense. So help them spread out a bit and kind of divert from this curve. It's not like the worst thing. Again, this curve is really more of a guideline, these three. So it's not the worst thing if they're like all above it like that, but that's kind of the goal here, is to do that. And yeah, that's the best at those ranges. So I'm just gonna have this equal to that times 5. Oh, it's exactly gonna be exactly that because that's what I divided from, so it's not gonna matter. And then these are those ranges already, so that I don't have to change because this is all gonna be the same thing. But why it goes to 125 for these three guns, I don't know. That's really weird. Because this should be the same ranges as before. It should just be this, because this is what we're looking at. So that's what we should be looking at. Why this goes way up here like that, I have no fucking clue. And then this would be the RA45, the Prowler, and the P2020. Oh, no, not the Prowler. The Volts. This is the Volts. That's what this is. RA45 is 25, 52.6, 83.8, 117.6. And then 156.3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, the 117. Didn't count. And then the 156. Okay. That's well above the line then. I guess that's the goal. And then the volts is 16.7, 34.8, 54.5, 76.2, and 100. So much closer. And then the P2020 I didn't write down. So that's how this should go. That's actually going just fine. Fine. 28.6, 6, 96.8, 7, 9, and 1, 2. Okay. 28.6, 60.6, 96.8, 137.9, and 185. Okay. So that explains that. And then this is the RE45. That's the volt. And then that's that. And then Big Bertha was a different thing that I don't need to compare. I don't need to put that all the way out there. I should probably just make this the P2020 over here. Maybe we'll just take the P2020 off of this. No, this is the effective range of the 2020. This is supposed to be about the wingman and its effective range compared to everything else. So the wingman, we're gonna move over to the other section, the AR section, and then this is supposed to be every SMG. So I don't know what I have this one for. R99 volt Prowler. What's the best one? The best one is the alternator, and then there's the R9N. So what's closest for the volt? 17, 35, 55, 76, 100. Yeah, the Prowler and the... We'll make this the Prowler and the Volt. Those are going to be two pretty common competitors. So we'll do that. And we'll do this. And we'll do that. And that'll compare the two. So super similar, Prowler and Volt. Do Prowler. Do Volts. And so I was hoping to see a little bit more of a difference between the two, but that's at range that beyond 50 meters, that'll definitely change, but up close, they're about the same, which is okay. I guess it's not that big a deal. And then this is going to be the P2020 does not have hammer points anymore. This is the RE45, the Volts, and the P2020. And then this is the R99 alternator. And the Prowler. The wingman will need to be over here. Hemlock Anvil isn't a thing, so this will probably just be Hemlock Wingman. That'll be a good comparison between those two. And then this is all the SMGs. So we're gonna have to borrow this again. And oh, that's wrong. Actually, compared to what I had before, yeah, those are super different. That's like a really big exponential curve for the Volt. The Prowler is now like really weird. That's care package though. That was kind of the point, was like care package be pretty useful up to 50. And those guys are the RE40, that's the RE45 and the R9. Those are almost the same. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. I am glad we changed it. Prowler. Whoops. Prowler. RE. R9. And alternator. Okay. So there we go. So that's the RE45. Nice and high up there. Worst of the bunch. The R9 becomes super bad at range, but it is competing with the rest up close. The alternator does the best at range with the Prowler close behind, and they have different drop-offs, so this may switch eventually, but in the ranges that we're looking at and the ranges that matter, that doesn't really matter. So this is going to be fine. That's kind of what we're aiming for. Definitely given the RE pretty shitty job compared to the rest, so super close range, or at least you're going to have to lead quite a bit, which is going to make it feel not super great. And then this was supposed to be a second way to show that data, but I'm honestly not sure that this is required. But we'll go ahead and do that anyway. And then, oh, it's, I remember why this was that way. I didn't put in the average. That's why this was the way that it is, because this was deleted from the data set. So that's why. I forgot that I did that. I know, that's, don't worry about it. You're fine. You're fine. Just relax. You're fine. Oh, nope. Yeah, cancel that. Nope. I said cancel that. Can you? Thank you. Hold on. Thank you. I appreciate your concern. Okay, come on. This. Right. Okay. Okay. So that should be okay. And then this needs to get properly shrunk. Yeah, Excel is a little angry. I think I'm pissing it off. Okay, and then so this 17, that gets deleted and that works. Okay, cool. So the data is there. So we have the best and the worst, which is gray. Why is the worst gray? That shouldn't be the... It should be red. Like where the alternator is. That's... Oh, that's annoying. Okay, you know what? We're gonna do all this over again. What do you mean the reference is gone? What are you talking about? That's... There is nothing... That's fine. I don't need that there. You not? Okay, I don't know why that's being a thing. I think I made it too angry. I don't think it likes that. Let me just do this the way I should have in the first place. Oh, there we go. No, that reference thing is still there. That's super weird. I just I can pretend it's not there. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then worst is this one on the... No, I don't want it to go to that one though. I want it to be the red one. Okay, cool. So that's where that has to go for reasons. Don't know why. And then the RE45, gonna go here. You know what? Maybe the RE45 should go... Oh, nope. Stop it. there. No, that's the wrong one. Yep, it's not really doing the thing here. Which one is the one I want it to be? I want this to look as pretty as it can. Why is it not going to that gap? Oh, that must be the... No, that's not the orange one. The orange one's up front. There's two behind this for some reason. The dark blue one. That's the one that I want. Why won't it go into the dark blue one? And now it's not even... Now the reference is saying it's gone. Oh, come on. I think I might have ruined the table. Honestly, this wasn't even that important in the first place. It really didn't do much. So we'll just get rid of it. It might have just been pointless in the first place, because like showing it like this, like what does that tell me that this doesn't tell? Like this tells it so much better. I don't even know why I did that in the first place. So we'll do that. Super easy. So then that's our comparison then for the SMGs to visualize what's going on, to show how those guns get worse over range. And that's basically it. And we'll be able to kind of compare these, because like 25 meters is right here. So you can kind of see how at 25 meters it's maybe close to the same, maybe a little bit better. And then by 50, these guys are still doing pretty good, and by 50, these guys are way up here. So that's kind of the difference that we're trying to see. That's what we want. And so we want to compare flatlines to anvils to make sure that they get better, which is definitely going to be a thing. And 150 might be too far. I don't think I went all the way to 150, so we'll probably make that down to 125. I don't know why it's getting so angry. It's getting super annoying. I definitely didn't go all the way to 200 this time. That was a mistake to go. Can you stop with that? I hope that isn't too loud for you guys, because if that's like a really loud like noise, then that's super annoying. Definitely didn't. God, that too. That's probably louder than the XL sound. Caps lock sounds. Yeah, I didn't go as far to 150. I'm having them useless further up, so I didn't need to go that far. And we'll save that, go to the velocity page again, and write down all these a-holes. There's a lot more that I need to compare this time, so I might have to make more charts. But we'll see. The only bummer is that I have a feeling I'm gonna need to change these, and then I have to do all this over again. That's just kind of the nature of the work, is you're always doing it, more than one. Realistically, like, you're never really done with game balance. I would like to think that there is eventually a point where you can, wipe your hands clean and call it good, but the real truth is that there's always something that you could do better than what you did before, but sometimes it means making a compromise somewhere else, and then you just have to prioritize those compromises and where you want that to go. And the main difference between my version of Respawns is where Respawn and I make those compromises. That's most of it. The velocities you're going to see are very different. This is probably the biggest difference between my version and theirs, are the muzzle velocities, but this is also can, in big picture, come down to a compromise that they made that I wouldn't, which is the range capability of weapons. Is that especially on Kings, I can see how the map design may not have been great with really fast velocities. And there's a statement that I haven't forgotten that Respawn made when the game first came out, is that they didn't want Kings, especially because of how they designed Kings Canyon, of all the POIs being basically bowls. because it was supposed to be fast to go in and slow to go out. And so because it's fast to go in and slow to go out, ranged weapons on the rim have a massive advantage. Should the ring pull to you, especially. So having strong ranged weapons on a map like on a map like Kings lends itself to frustrating scenarios of people ridge camping with snipers. And this is something that Respawn knew would happen and that they really wanted to have not happen. And it kind of makes sense on Kings because 100 meters on Kings can feel like 200 meters on another map for sure. But on a map like Olympus, on a map like World's Edge, those firearms need the extra range. They need to be able to comfortably hit 100. They need to be able to struggle at 2 instead of struggling at 1 and being impossible at 2. That's kind of where the game shifted. That from launch, the muzzle velocities were pretty okay. They felt pretty good. Like, ranged engagements felt rewarding if you were able to guess where everything was going and stuff like that. They provided a good challenge, and especially while learning the game, it was okay. But the more comfortable that I got with Apex, the more that I realized just how much of a disadvantage there was. Hey, Quick. For launch, it makes sense for what they did. I would say that, especially for how Apex launched, what it launched with, and the map especially, I think it was a smart move to not have super strong snipers, because that would have immediately kicked a ton of people from the game. But at this point, you have a lot of people who are hooked, a lot of people who have spent enough money in the game that they're not going to leave no matter what you do. So I think it's time to start increasing the velocities of a lot of the guns in Apex, slowly, albeit if you need to, and eventually have them get right around here. Oh, hey, guys. How you doing, bud? And so that's what I would like to see with this, because at launch it makes sense. It definitely kept the player base growing. It definitely got a niche for sure. But I think a lot like how Lifeline has outgrown her ultimate, I think Respawn has outgrown these muzzle velocities. Oh, you got gold 3. There you go. Yeah, you're gonna grind ranked again. You're gonna hit plat and then stop, or you're gonna try to get through again? Because that was a really hard skill cap that we just hit, man. In plat right now, I was watching Boomrazzle play. He's he's hit pred, he's hit masters. He was diamond last season. He's in plat right now, and it's a clusterfuck. There's like probably 4 or 5 preds every damn game. It's crazy. It's the first week or more is going to be complete hell. So, maybe take your time getting up into plat, but it's going to be hard. Probably even harder than what we had to do. 70. 4.2 and 42. Okay. Bow check. I actually have velocities for. I forgot about that. Last time I am playing more than Quake 2. Oh, hold on. When will Trailmakers be? Every weekend, Saturday and Sunday at 11. Overall, do you think these changes lower the skill gap or no? Last time I'm playing more than Quake 2. No, because I can hit higher in plat on Olympus than World's Edge. Okay, so you're gonna try to get higher up in plat, maybe hit diamond. Okay, that'd be cool. Overall, technically it does lower the skill gap, but not in the way that you probably are thinking. So a more accurate description would be that it changes the skill gap, not that you made a very durable plane. Oh, for sure. Yeah, this weekend that will be a thing. So Saturdays and Sundays at 11 a.m. PST, is Trailmakers. Otherwise, the middle of the week is up for grabs. It's whatever we stream. So a more accurate description, to get back, is not that it lowers the skill gap, it's that it changes the skill gap. And what I mean by that is that the movement speed isn't changing, so it's up to, like what we did discuss before with the whole 111 millisecond part, about that being the time it takes for a walking player to go from the right side of the hitbox to the left side of the hitbox. That amount of time is going to stay the same. So the difficulty of hitting those shots isn't going to change, because this number is still 111 milliseconds. If this number was bigger, like if it was 200 milliseconds, 300 milliseconds, that would be lowering the skill gap by making players slower. But what we're doing is making the bullets faster. So technically, what that would mean is that if the skill gap was, let's say, realistically, in Apex, there's oh, thank you for the stretch. Let's take the longbow at, I think it's 50 meters. The longbow at 50 meters takes 100 milliseconds. A slow gun at 100 meters takes 167 milliseconds. So I don't have a drink, but thank you. I do need to do that. So that would be a slow gun at like 50 meters, I think, or something like that. Definitely not 100, right? That'd be slow. At 100 meters, it starts hitting like 233, 267. Some will hit like 300, stuff like that. So that's the amount of time. So that 111, you're already starting to get that skill gap. What technically would be a skill gap at like the 50 meter range, right? Because that 111 is consistent. So that skill gap would be happening around 50 meters because of how close it's getting to 111. What speeding up the bullets doesn't really change the skill gap or make it easier. It just extends that range further. That's what we're doing. So the skill gap will still exist. It's just that the range of which the skill gap begins is further away. And you could argue maybe double, right? So is it reducing the skill gap on long range shots? The easy answer is yes. The long answer is kind of, because the issue with long range shots, like what we mentioned, with like it being 200 milliseconds for a fast one, or like 233, 267, because this is so high, this means that if you wanted to hit this shot, you're aiming a whole, basically, if you were to aim at center mass on a target, on a walking target at 100 meters, right? Ice, don't spam the chat yet. All right. If you were to aim center mass, like let's say that this was a person, right? We'll extend this analogy. So they will say this is the middle of the hitbox, this is the left edge of them, this is the right edge of them, and they're walking ahead of you. Okay. So there we go. And they're walking ahead of you. 111 milliseconds means that you have to aim a whole character model ahead in order to hit where you're aiming, in order to hit the target. So if you wanted to hit the target center mass, you would have to, with 111 millisecond muzzle velocity, you'd have to aim half of a target width ahead of their shoulder, or one whole character model ahead of where you want to hit them. So if you want to hit them center mass, then you would aim 3, because it's the character model's 3. You would aim 1, 2, 3. You would aim right here, and if you aimed here, then you would go 1, 2, 3. And well, really, it'd be here, 1, 2, 3. And if your point of aim was the very right side of my Excel block, and then where the bullet hit would be the very far left end of the cell block. So if you wanted to hit them dead center mass, you would actually have to aim halfway in between this cell. So what 267 milliseconds means is that you would have to aim 1, 2, 3, and then aim another 1, 2, 3 on a walking target to hit them close to center mass, right? That's how far ahead on a walking target. On a sprinting target, you need to aim even further ahead. That's an exaggeration, but that's basically what you're looking at. And so if you wanted to hit a moving target, a walking target from that far away, that's how far away you have to aim. On top of that, 267 milliseconds is enough time for that player to start changing directions. And so there comes a point in time where your point of aim is so far ahead that maybe around this point, that if that player is zigzagging, if they're pausing, if they just stop moving completely, if they do anything other than continuing along their line, then it becomes impossible to hit them, because they have to be a bot. They have to just be moving in the same direction with the same input consistently for that amount of time for you to hit. Because if they don't follow that pattern, then where your bullet hits might go all the way over here, it might go here, it might go there, it might go there. There's all of that becomes a factor. And so if you're trying to aim at the head, which is, you know, this size compared to the rest of the body, then to land a headshot, which is what snipers require to have a competitive time to kill, you have to hit 1-2 headshots in order for snipers to have a competitive time to kill. And you add that on to having to aim this far ahead of a target and them having to say consistently the same thing. If they crouch, it messes your shot up because of drop. All of that becomes a factor. So what this means is that although there is a skill gap, there also is a point where skill does nothing. There's what would call the luck gap as well, quote unquote, TM, luck gap TM. And the luck gap means that there comes a point in time where the statistical the probability of you landing that shot is based off of the number of actions that character can do within the time that it takes the bullet to get there. And that's an exponential function. So the longer that the bullet takes to get there, the more possible actions there are for that character to do, and the more that they can do to throw off that shot. And so on top of that, it also means that there's more things they can do to go back into it, because if it takes long enough, they can walk out of it and then walk back into it. But so there is a point where that kind of plateaus a bit, because there starts to be probabilities of them turning around completely back into the shot. But that, you know, that takes a lot for that to happen too. So, but either way, the amount of things that they can do and how quickly they can move away, and mind you, this is just for walking speed. Sprinting speed means that 111 gets bigger, and if that number gets bigger, then this number needs to get, this number would get smaller rather for sprinting speed. For sprinting speed, it could be close to half, because, well, it wouldn't really be close to half. You could argue that if it's sprinting speed, you know, if sprinting speed is 30% of walking speed, or 30% faster, then it would be 77 milliseconds, and then you're looking at 267 divided by 77, and that's, you know, just over 2, which is a little bit, sorry, 267 divided by 77, which is coming up on 3.5. So you'd be having to aim 3.5 character models ahead of where that person's going. And you can just kind of see how, with the slower this gets, the more insane it becomes. And how, like, the Kraber at 250 meters takes about half a second. So if they're sprinting and you have half a second, then you have to start aiming like 6 character models ahead of where they're going. And that's where it's not really a skill ceiling, because that's not hard, that's impossible. So in a way, yes and no. Like, yes, we are making it easier, but we're also not really doing that, you know? Like, that's, sorry if I got kind of loud on that. That felt like I got loud. So yeah, that's kind of where we come. That's where it comes to. So what we're doing is we're making sure that it's more reasonable. We're not gonna, you know, we're going off of 111, not 77, and then on top of that, for sprinting, that's still the whole thing. So you'd have to divide that in 2 if you're gonna aim like center mass and still hit. Like it's a whole thing. You know, 77 milliseconds would be the time for it to go from there to there, not just half, because, you know, so it's the amount of time for it to be reasonable becomes smaller and smaller and smaller, which is one of the reasons why Warzone velocities are so fast, because they want it to be easier to hit those range shots. Now, granted, none of these changes are going to make it Warzone by any means, but it will feel snappier. That's kind of what we're getting into. So that's kind of a lawn. It's a lawn answer, but that's kind of what's required to explain, because if I just say yes, then people get upset. But if they maybe can understand what I mean by this and how like it's yes but no, then it softens the blow than just like, oh, you just want Apex to be easier because you're bad. Like, no, I want Apex to allow this to happen in more circumstances. You know, that's what it comes down to, where like there's some ranges where it's not about skill, it's impossible. Like, to the point where it's enough time for a standing still target to just dip and be able to get out of the way. Like, you could have someone crouched, fire a Kraber shot at like 150 meters, 200 meters away, and then halfway through the shot they could decide to move, and then you miss. So I want to make that harder. I want that to happen closer to where the bullet is, where like maybe it's a third or a fourth of a way into the shot that they have to move. You know, I want the bullet to get there faster so that the odds of them moving and the probabilities of them going out of the flight path are fewer at longer ranges. And that's the goal here. And so what the skill gap would mean in relation to what I'm talking about is that there's a certain probability area where they're limited enough that you can guess which one is most likely to happen, and that would be the skill gap. That would be where some people are really good at guessing what people are going to do next, and so they aim ahead and then fire, versus the people who are not good at aiming ahead, and those people are the people that, you know, can't hit shots at further ranges because of the muzzle velocity, because they have a harder time guessing what players will do. And so when you get to further away shots, then that's what we would consider the skill gap. The issue with Apex is that skill gap happens at like 50 meters, like 50, 75 meters, that skill gap starts to happen. And I want that to happen around maybe the 100, 150 mark, you know, like I just want to extend that, you know, you know, if you cut the velocities in half, or rather if you doubled the velocities of the weapons, then that would do an approximate of what I'm doing. Not quite the same, and I'm doing a little bit more tweaking to these velocities because there's certain guns that I want to make sure are faster or slower than others. But that's in the most complicated way I can explain it. That's what the answer to that question would be. So. Yes, it's going to be easier. No, it won't be stupidly easy or feel fundamentally different. It's just you're gonna be, you know, like when the bow came out, fast as shit muzzle velocity, right? Everyone was getting hit from really far away, and they're like, oh man, the bow's broken, but the time to kill was never good. And they did the same thing to the 30-30. The 30-30 came out, and it had some of the best muzzle velocity in the game, beating the longbow, and the 30-30 was a better longbow until they nerfed it. And they nerfed it not just in time to kill, but they nerfed it with muzzle velocity. And so now it's not as fast. So it's not as easy to hit those shots at range. And so that's why, you know, people thought the bow was OP, is because they're getting damaged at ranges that they're not used to getting hit. And not just getting damaged per se, but they're getting significantly damaged, like repeatedly hit consistently at longer ranges than what they were used to before in Apex, which is why the bow felt broken. Even though the time to kill wasn't great, that's why it felt broken. And that's why some people still use it, is because they're still hitting those range shots consistently. But now the time to kill is even worse because they nerfed it by 10 damage. So that's kind of where it comes into play. I think it now takes an extra shot against 200 that it didn't used to before. That I might be mistaken actually, but 200 divided by 7 would still that'd be 4. Yeah, no, actually it's the same number of shots to kill actually. I don't think that nerf actually changed the shots to kill, but it did nerf the headshot damage, which is good. And that it definitely needed. But anyway, that might have been a longer and more complicated answer than you needed or wanted, but that's the best way that I can explain it. Hopefully that made sense. It is one more shot. No, but 70, 70, 70. Oh, yeah, it is one more shot. Yeah. 70, that's only 3. 77, 70 would be 3. Because the Sentinel's 3. It is one more shot. You're right. Yeah, so, yeah, sorry for if that was too technical, but if that didn't make sense, then I can try again, or you can just watch the repeat again and just kind of try to listen to me say that over and over again. Hopefully that would explain it, but that's basically what I got here. That should all be fine. It's this that's gonna change. Oh, nope, cancel. So, you think you get it? Okay, cool. Cool. If you want to repeat it back so I can confirm, then that's okay. If not, then don't worry about it. And we'll see if we came up with the same thing. But otherwise, no worries. Just increasing the distance at which skill. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I'm increasing the distance in which skill is a factor, and at the same time, I'm also decreasing the distance of which luck becomes the only way to hit shots. That is also what I'm doing. And so the distance where luck becomes the thing is like 250 meters. And so, I'm increasing the distance. So now like the distance where luck becomes a factor is like maybe 300, 400 meters, depending on the gun, you know? Or like SMG's luck becomes a factor at like 100 meters or 75 meters. And so that would likely be coming increased as well. So it's kind of like a twofold thing. I'm reducing the distance of which skill becomes a factor, and I'm increasing the distance of which luck becomes a factor. So there's a bigger range of area for players to actually be good at the game. So it would essentially, the skill ceiling for like ARs and submachine guns would say roughly the same, but the skill ceiling would actually exist. Like that's how bad it is in Apex. It wouldn't just like be lowering the skill ceiling, it would be creating a skill ceiling with DMRs and all of that, because it's so slow that for the most part at actual DMR ranges, it's just luck already. Like that's how slow a lot of the stuff in Apex is. So that's kind of what we're going for here. That's kind of the truth behind this, and it's been that way since like launch as well. It might have gotten better. I didn't do game testing at launch. It might have gotten a lot better. But like I said before, it's been fundamentally developed against that since launch, and it still feels roughly the same as it did then and now. So I would be surprised if it was anything other than super similar to launch. Yeah. And then R301 is 21.7, 45.9, 72.8, 103.1, 137.4. Okay. Yeah. That's pretty good. Is it really? Is that what I have on my chart too? 125 being 194? That doesn't seem the same. 125. Oh no, yeah, 125 being 194. That might be too fast. R301 might be too fast. That's not what we were intending. So this is why we graph it, because those are not doing exactly what they're supposed to. So the flat line and the R301 will probably have to change. Those will probably have to change. Yeah. I would assume that those are going to change. Do Hemlock. What's the Hemlock at? Hemlock is at 22.7, 48.5, 78, 124, 152.4, 4. Okay, yeah, that's not really doing what it's supposed to either. That's gonna have to change. That's gonna have to change. Okay, and then that's the Havoc. The Havoc I don't actually have started yet, so let's do that. 51.8, 82.9, 118.3, 159.2. I guess that must have been Ice that left when we were talking about this kind of stuff. He doesn't care about numbers and stuff. He just likes the game. So there's that. Yeah, so there we go. That's closer to what we're looking for there. It's just like on the line almost the entire time. That was the goal with the L-Star. But that still, yeah, the Havoc is doing too well at those ranges. So that's gonna have to change. That's gonna have to change for sure. And then I still need to compare the Bocek and the Wingman and all that. This graph is gonna have to get huge because this needs a lot more stuff on it. The R301, the Flatline, the Hemlock, the Havoc, the L-Star, the Wingman, which that I can put in real quick too. 28.4, 58.8, 90, 91.5, 126.6, 164.5. How's the Wingman's too good too. Damn. Okay, I guess I didn't do any of the ARs very well. Then we need to also compare. Oh, the LMGs was a different one. This is just rifles, but this is important. I need to compare the Spitfire to it as well. I need to compare the Bocek in all of this. I need to compare the A10, which is the new light LMG, and the Devotion. Those are all need to be a thing. So Spitfire, 20.8, 44.6, 72.1, 104.2, 142. Not really doing what it's supposed to. Bocek, 26.3, 57.93.8. Whoops. 137.9 and 192.3. That's doing what it's supposed to. But it's also that's perfect for one of the other guns, not for this. 31.3. Need to make some of these worse. Some of these are too fast. 65.4. 2.7, 143.9, 189.4. That's kind of doing it. Ocean 25, 52.9. 84.3, 119.8, 160.3. Yeah. And then Hemlock. Yeah, see, this is how I know I did a bad job. There's way too much all clustered together. So this is like actual garbage. Like this is pretty much all gonna have to get redone. I did okay with SMGs. The ARs are horrible. It should not. I know there's a lot of guns in there, but that it should not be that condensed, and the curves should not all be that easy. None of them are steep enough. At some point, pretty much every gun on this list needs to be touching or going past that line up here. So some of this is not steep enough, and it's going to need a lot of reworking. I do want to know what I did for anvils, though, so I'm going to go ahead and write those down. So I want to compare and see if the anvils also need it. So flatline anvils are 83.3. 168.9, 227.3, and 100. That is what, 75? 75, 110, 154.3, and those are going to be better. But those are also different distances. as well. So that's gonna have to matter, because these are going off of 25s, which don't exist, and 50s don't exist. This is off of 75. Yeah, so 75, 100, 125 here, and then that's the 150, 200 mark. So that's not quite what we're getting into for that. And then I'm gonna need to convert some of these to within. So the flatline anvil is losing 880 every 25 meters, which means that to find 50 meters, I would take 50 and divide that by 980, and then multiply that times 1000, and then that would give me 51. So for 25 meters and 50 meters, that would give this. So 51 on that for the flatline anvils at 50. And then if I did 980 plus another 80, and then did 25 divided by 1060 times 1000, that would give me 23.6. And that would be for 25 meters. And then the R301 anvils are at 1000 and they lose 95. So 1095, 50 rather, divided by 1095 times 1000 is 45.7. And then 1095 plus 95, 25 divided by 1190 times 1000 is 21. And then that gives me the sooner ranges here. So R301 anvil would be 21, 45.7. And then it would go to 75, then 110.5, and then 154.3, which is somehow worse than what I did before. So that's not good. So that's how bad the R301 is, because that R301 used to be significantly slower than the flatline that I just did. Sorry, than the anvils that I just put in. So that needs work. This is better. Still not great. Right? Yeah, that's better. And we can see a change between this and the R301 anvils. Because the blue line is lower on the R3 compared to the higher up vantage point on the flatline anvils. That's good. We want that. And at least the yellow line for the flatline is above the flatline's velocity, but that's still not good. That's still not doing what we need it to do. So we have to fix that. And so we're going to start with the flatline, because this is supposed to be an SMG range gun. And so it being average around 75 is okay. But we need it to be bad at or before 100 meters. So we're going to go back to here. And we're going to focus on the flatline. We're going to bring this with us so that we have our little cheat sheet here. And so at 100 meters, we need to be more toward the 155. And right now at 100 meters, we're at 135. So this is not going to do it. This is not going to cut it for us. So we need to make it worse. And so the easiest way to make it worse is that we have this minus 70 here. This is the rate at which it decays. So it's losing 70 every 25 meters. So if I just increase the rate of decay to say 85, then that would immediately at 100, it puts us at 143. That's pretty good, but not quite what we're looking for. And it's also going to start to hurt our meters per second at 75, which is doing pretty good. That's actually kind of where we want it. So in order to make this curve exactly the way that we need it to, what we have to do is speed up the 25 meter velocity, and make this quite a bit higher. And so we'll probably put this up to say like 1100 meters per second at 25 meters. And then we're going to increase the rate of decay to say like 120 meters per second. And now we're getting to that faster 75 meter mark because we still want to stay around 86, but now at 100 we're all the way up to 135. And so we're keeping that close range competitiveness while losing it significantly at range. Because by 125 we're already at 200, and that's well above the bad. Well, that's at the bad line. So what we want to do is make this even more significant, make it a steeper curve, faster velocity up close, and really kind of punish it at range. So we're gonna kick that up a notch, and let's say try 1150 and kick it down by like say 145, and see what that does. So that's still not quite punishing enough, but we're keeping that good average right there. So that needs to get punished quite a bit more. And so we're going to start losing that 75 meter average mark that we want to hit. But we can also just go ahead and reduce the overall velocity and punish it that way as well. So that's pretty close. We see at 100 meters, we're at 162 instead of 155. So that's good. That's probably going to be a pretty comfy spot for us right there. But it's not quite what I'm wanting. So I think I'm going to up this to 160 and then up this to say 1200 and see if that's a little bit closer, but not quite. So let's try to go back down a little bit. That's getting pretty close, around 149. That's doing pretty good, but still not quite there. We could try 1100 again, 163. Yeah, that's getting close, but not quite there. I just don't want to hurt the 75 meter too much, but it's going to have to. So let's try 1050. And that's probably closer to what I'm looking for, realistically. And at 75 meters, 116. Yeah, that's actually might even be a little bit too strong there. Because 96. Yeah, that's closer for sure. Let's see. If we did that, and then we maybe cut that down to 155. That's gonna help it not get punished so much by 75 meters. While still putting it above that line at 100. Yeah, so let's try that. Let's see what this looks like on the graph. And so let's see, this is 22.7, 59, 94.9, 57, 5, and then 264. And we'll see how that compares to what we graphed before. And I'll even just add it here in another line, that way I don't have to lose that data, so we can show the improvement that we made compared to what we did before. So that's what we did. So the green line here. The green line is the new one that we just made. The yellow one is the one that we made before, and then the blue line is the anvils, which we haven't changed. So that's what all that tweaking did. This is much, much closer to what it should look like, but still not quite what I'm looking for, because I want the flat line to, instead of touching the line at 100, I want it to touch over here. But that's going to mean significantly steepening this curve and giving it a faster muzzle velocity, which a much faster decay. So what we're gonna have to do is probably put this up to like 1400, and then up that to like 200, and then that would really cut into what I'm trying to get into. That's pretty close, but 1400 is a bit high, so let's try 1300, and that's definitely better. 1300 and 200 is definitely getting there, but still not quite there. So we're going to try 225. That's getting there, but not quite. 82. Yeah, that's still pretty good. That's still working there. Let's try 300. 250. That's a little bit that's too much. So how about 250? 93, which is still pretty high up there, crossing at 180. That could work. If we do 1350, that might, yeah, that's better. That might, no, that's not quite doing it. Not quite. That's not quite doing it. 1350 at that. How about 260? That might be what we're looking for here. Let's try that. So this is 18.5, 45.9, 90.4, 175.4, and then the last 125 here just doesn't matter because it's so slow that we're already past the effective range of that. So let's go ahead and adjust our chart here. So we're going from here, I'll zoom out a little bit so we can see them both at the same time. There we go. So we're going from 22.3. But you know what? Actually, now since we know this one doesn't work, we'll go ahead and just get rid of this one because we know that we don't want this one anymore. So we'll just replace this one. So we're 18.5 to 45.9 to 90.4 to 175.4. And then that goes away. So that's better, right? This is kind of what we're looking for. We want the cross into the bad to be before the 100. So that's kind of between 75 and 100, almost dead center. And so we see that in the beginning, 25, 50, we're super competitive. 75, we become kind of average. And then by 100, we're above that line and we kind of cross the threshold behind, like past bad, around probably the 88 meter mark or so. And that's closer to what I'm looking for the flat line. And then remember, this one hit like 400. So this is going to shoot, it shoots way up. So like it's a super steep curve, but that's also what I want because that's going to give it closer to what's going on here. But that what we also want to remember is that that's a really big improvement with anvils. Like that's a really big improvement with anvils. And so we might either need to tone this down a bit, which we would have to do the old version of what we just did to tone it down and still have it be close to what we wanted. So this version over here, the green line, or we have to make anvils significantly worse and more around the 125 mark needs to be worse. The 100 meter mark, it needs to be worse so that we're not, or the 100 meter mark is probably fine, but it's the 125, 150 mark that the anvils need to do a bit worse at to make sure that it's not just this huge, massive improvement to the flat line. So to be able to extend the range by another, what is that, this almost another 50 meters, that's a pretty big buff already. So we could have the 125 be worse, which means doing what we just did again, and I'd be okay with that. So that's probably what we're gonna keep for the flat line, is this curve here. I'll probably leave that alone because that's not bad. I could soften it a bit, but I don't think that I want to. I think I want to leave it the way that I did. And so again, this is going to make the flat line feel super good and snappy, and then all of a sudden it's going to be like, wow, this is unusable after a certain range. And that's kind of the point. It's an AR with a great time to kill. It should feel like a really good SMG because it can't take a stabilizer, so range performance off the recoil alone is already not great. The horizontal recoil comes into like a really big factor as well. So realistically, like if you want to talk about what you're used to using the flatline at, 175 at 100 meters is still faster than what 100 meters is for the flatline right now. So at 100 meters, it's going to be easier than it is currently. And then the fall off between the 100, 125 is going to be pretty steep. And by 125, it's going to be going significantly slower than what you're used to. So that's a bit of a problem, realistically. That for that 25 meter mark to basically just be the gun's useless after this, that's going to come as a bit of a shock. So I think we need to do the other one. 260 is already closer to what you're used to. That's a pretty big fall off to go from like pretty usable at 100 to, yeah. I like the look of the other curve, and that's kind of doing the job here, but it's that final 120. It's how steep it gets at 125 that I'm not liking, because it's only a 25 meter gap. Maybe if that was like a 50, 100 meter gap, that would be fine. But in 25 meters to have that much of a sway, I don't think that's best. So I think we'll probably put it back. So if we go to here, would have been smart to write down what it was. I can just undo everything though and just put it back to the. There we go. Yeah, okay. And then that puts it to 260. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so that's what it was before. So that's the new flatline one there. So we'll take that and just do that real quick. 157.5, 260, and then I don't have to mess with the anvil one. The anvil one will be okay. That's that's close enough that I can just leave that one be. And maybe we change it when we look at. Oh, you got to go. Yeah, go for it, dude. If any of this was interesting, then there's more of it. I would recommend the Excel, the Word document stuff first, because that's like an actual like showing data versus like making data. Like this whole series is called Open Work for a reason. It's because we're making the data versus like showing you guys and presenting the data, which we will do when we're done. Yo, what's good? Hey, Clover, what's up, dude? Thanks for coming by, man. Appreciate it. How you been? It's been a minute. I haven't been on Xbox or PC much because I've been doing this. I'm going through and graphing some stuff so that I know how the work that I'm doing is applicable to the thing. So let's go ahead and replace this. Yeah, that's much better. That's what it should be looking like. Doing good. You're on a break at work? Oh, for sure. Sure. This is gonna make you think. So if you're trying to not think, then not a great call. you might wanna watch something else. 'Cause this is this gonna make you think. How's the L-Star doing? Oh, the L-Star's right there. That's perfect. L-Star is exactly where it needs to go. It's everything else that's complete garbage. The R3 is like actual trash. That needs to get changed. Mimic more of what's going on here, so that needs to be super. Yeah, 1100, 1150. So that just needs to get closer to what we're doing here. So this could probably just go to -100 and still be good. Yeah, probably 125 for one. No, that's not quite enough. That could worse. 125, 194. Yeah, it could be worse. 189. No, that could be a little bit. Well, I mean, to have it for the R3 to reach out to 125 pretty comfortably would be okay. When am I gonna be on? Oh, wow. I don't know. I was trying to finish this before I got back on, and this is gonna take a minute. I've been working on it roughly every day for at least a couple hours, trying to do more than just every couple hours, but I'm also trying to trade stocks, and that's been requiring a lot of attention. And then I'm waking up early, so I don't like have the brain power to work on this because I need to be pretty alert to do this right. Because when I do this in the middle of the night and I'm not totally thinking, then this is what happens, and I have to redo all the work that I did. So it's been interesting. I honestly don't know when I'm gonna be on. And I got all the Battlefields too, because I think they were on sale / still on sale. So I went ahead and bought those. And so I'm really happy to get into those and excited for that, to get back into playing the older and recent Battlefields, which I'll probably do right after this project. So if you have any of those, then we could do multiplayer on those. But Apex I could make time for, but I don't know how much I want to play Apex anymore. That's kind of why we're doing this. I'm kind of done. I don't I've always kind of loved and kind of hated Apex. And so this series is more like a farewell letter than anything else, because there's other games now that I'd like to get to. So that's like half my motivation to finish this, is just to be able to act, like have a project that was big that I finished and be proud of it, and be able to do this on different games. But I also want to play other games. It's been a long time since I've played like a really good FPS. Like Apex is a good FPS, but there's a lot of things that I can't do in Apex that I do in every other FPS game, and I miss doing that. So I'm gonna kind of show them Respawn how I would like to bring more of that to Apex without completely destroying Apex's identity, and scratch that itch better. Without, you know, Apex will never fully scratch that itch, but it could do it a lot better, and so I want to help it do better. But at the same time, like, you know, I've been back and forth between Apex and Cold War. Yeah, like that's what this would make Apex for me. This would be a game that I come back to versus just leaving. Like I'm just gonna leave Apex and not ever play it again. But if they did these changes, I'd come back and forth, and I would care about keeping up my Apex skill while also having fun on the new Battlefield, while also playing the old Battlefield as well. Maybe checking out another game that comes out, you know, like Hell Let Loose is getting a lot of good content right now. So I kind of want to check that game out. Like there's other FPSs that have my interest that I want to start devoting my time to, but it also means devoting my money. And that's something that I haven't seen one worth it. And I don't really like giving money to early access games because I want a game. Like that's the same reason I play free to play, is because none of the full launch titles are worth the money, and all of the early access games aren't a good enough experience to merit, you know, like it's like an early access FPS like Hell Let Loose, which is I think going out of early access soon. That's gonna not scratch the itch in different ways than like Apex. Like Hell Let Loose would scratch the gunplay, but it wouldn't quite scratch the gameplay. It wouldn't quite scratch the visuals, the performance, and like maybe even the movement and stuff like that. Like there's not really a game that's scratching everything. So I'm just playing the free games that kind of scratch it, you know. But essentially, like I haven't really played a game that scratched everything since Battlefield 1. Like that game, like did a really good job at getting like 80% of everything I like about a video game. Like effective infantry combat again, effective infantry against vehicles, fantastic sniping, a fantastic vehicle combat for both planes and boats and cars, like just everything. Like land vehicles were great, boats were great, planes were great. And this is at least with an asterisk of up to the French DLC. Once the French DLC came out, it broke the game and I left because I couldn't play it anymore. But you know, beside the, I mean, and especially for Battlefield 1, the lack of guns was forgivable because World War One didn't have a lot of guns. Like they would have had even less guns if they didn't put prototypes into. So like I could forgive the lack of content with gun wise because there weren't many guns in the first place. So it felt like it covered all the actual stuff. It felt like it covered a lot of the prototypes. It felt like it had this awesome and diverse experience with very limited materials. It was really more of a sandbox than a lot of the other games that I've played. And I think it did a very good job of being Battlefield with such few resources. And I really appreciated that about that game. It could have launched with more content for sure. And the French stuff launched completely broken, and it was just an obvious thing. Like I just started getting completely fucked because the time to kills were so much faster on the French stuff that you know, a player that was level 97 by the time that the French DLC came out, that had 13 vehicle kills a game kind of thing. And that's as an individual. As an infantry, I had a game where I destroyed 13 vehicles solo, no squad. This is someone who in a tank had 3 consecutive games of rush back to back to back without a single death in a heavy tank with 40, 42, and 44 kills each game. Right? Then the French tank comes out and I literally can't kill it. Right? Then the French SMG comes out and I can't beat it with my Hellriegel, and I'm like a fucking damn good shot with the Hellriegel. So like the only thing I could do is snipe. Right? The Model 10 shotgun wasn't effective. The Hellriegel wasn't effective. Like the only thing I could do was stay back at range, and that was like that also got kind of boring because like I love sniping, but also like I want to get down and dirty. It's fucking Battlefield. I want to get in the tank. I want to get in the planes. I want to mess around and run around and go blow some shit up. But like up close, I got fucking destroyed by the French gun because it was just that broken. And I put it down and never came back. I didn't buy any of the DLC, and I stopped playing Battlefield 1. And I fucking hated that day because I had to put down a game that I actually loved. When the beta came out, I got to level 78 on the week that the beta was live. Like I was the highest ranked player in every single game I got into. I never once saw someone higher than 78. Never. High as shit. And on top of that, like I was so good at destroying vehicles. Like I'm pretty certain that in the beta I had more than 13 vehicle kills in one game. Like I had a game of Rush where I was so good at anti-vehicle in the beta that they couldn't even take a single objective. Like I had so many like instant wins in Rush because I was so good at taking out vehicles that they couldn't even get them near the objective. Right? Like that's if you're familiar with Battlefield 1, like the landmines that you could put down, you used to be able to equip them and put them down almost instantly. And I saw those nerfed at least 3 times. At least 3 times. Because of how quickly I could destroy stuff. The anti-tank grenades got nerfed at least twice because that was my go-to strat for destroying vehicles. I'd sneak up behind it, even the light tanks, sneak up behind it, place down and on top of that, the anti-tank mine used to be 1 anti-tank mine and 1 grenade for a light tank. In the beta it was 1 and 1, and then the heavy tank was 2 in 1, and I got 3 landmines and 2 anti-tank grenades. So at any life during the beta I could take out a light tank and a heavy tank, and I did that frequently. Almost every single life I was able to get the heavy tank and the light tank. And the only way that I couldn't do it is if they had 2 heavy tanks, because I could get 2 light tanks and I could get light heavy. So the only way I couldn't destroy all the vehicles in Rush in the first life was if they had 2 heavies. And so eventually that got nerfed, and the light tank started taking 2 anti-tank mines. It started taking 2 mines and a grenade, or 2 grenades and 1 mine, and the heavy tank was the same. So it went from I could only destroy 1 vehicle per life, which I did frequently. Then I could get resupplied and I could take out more. And so like I got really good at Battlefield 1. I no life did, but I got really good at it. And it's frequent in so I get back to work. I got Battlefield 1 again. Because it was only $10, so I'll be playing that. Battlefield 4 I got, that was $10. Battlefield Bad Company 2 I got for $10, and Battlefield 5 I got for $10. So I'll be playing all of those fairly frequently. And then I'll check out 2042, but I'm gonna wait a bit and see what the reviews do. And if you don't have any of those games, then we'll play Apex together for sure, because I like gaming with you. So if I need to, I'll suck it up and play some Apex. But for the most part, Battlefield 4. That's going to be a big one for me. I like that. That's going to be a fun game. I didn't get to play that enough. I'll probably check out Battlefield 5 and then Battlefield 1 for sure. Assuming that's not still broken as fuck, I'll probably play Battlefield 1. But yeah, I'll let you back to work and I'll see you around. But yeah, I have a lot of frustrations with Battlefield 1 because it was honestly one of my favorite games, and beautiful, by the way. Like I was and still am blown away with how gorgeous that game is, and the hardcore modes were so good. I loved hardcore on Battlefield 1. Oh my god, it was fantastic. One of my favorite things was to play medic in hardcore with the Mondragoon sniper variant and be a medic with that gun in hardcore. Get the one shot to the chest, get the medic pack to get back up to full health. You still got the sniper scope. Like, oh man, that was some good shit. That was fantastic, especially on the Italian Alps mountain map, where you was the airship and you had all the AA guns and everything. And oh my god, that was just It was gorgeous. It was fantastic gameplay, great level design. Like I honestly, man, like I really got to give it. Like I'm not a big fan of EA, but like, and DICE has been kind of shit in the bed, but they did a fantastic job on Battlefield 1. I really, really, the content that launched was phenomenal. I really don't have that many complaints about the content at launch with Battlefield 1. It was when they released everything else in a broken ass fucking state, and it just became pay to win, and I'm not going to support that. So I had to walk away. But otherwise, I mean, my God, phenomenal, beautiful game, phenomenal and beautiful game that I actually do miss. It's really, really good. If you guys haven't checked out Battlefield 1 yet, it is absolutely worth getting, especially for $10. And that's a steal. To get all the DLC for Battlefield 1 plus the paid progress plus all the original content, like that's a steal. If you guys can still get that Steam sale, absolutely do it, because it's well worth it. I wholeheartedly implore you to go try that game. It's just good. It's just really fucking good. And I think we need to make the R301 a bit worse. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here, minus 120. Don't want it to be that similar, but we might need to get it. Yeah, it's similar, but not so similar that that's bad. Yeah, let's just do that. I just don't like that they're both 1100. That makes me feel weird about it, but whatever. And so this is going to be the same 22. And then 51. And then 87. 2. And then 135. Okay. And that'll be better. There we go. 135. Yep, that's better. Yeah, that's better. That's a lot better. And then that's still significant improvement over the flatline. So much better range, better anvils. That's kind of the point. So that'll do. That's much better than what we were doing before. Let's copy this and bring this down for the R301, which brings that much more in line with what we're trying. The Hemlock was supposed to have similar values to the R3 to be that extra competitor, so that the Hemlock is more like the R3, the Flatline is more like an SMG, and so on and so forth. So we need to fix that, and then the Wingman is doing way too well, so we need to fix that as well. So the Wingman needs to get like way worse, so we'll probably just do that to make it way worse as well. And then the Hemlock needs to get worse at the same time. So this is where we need to have some differences here. I want the Hemlock to not quite reach as far, so we're gonna go 1200, and we'll probably go minus 135, and so that will make it it's not enough. Minus 145. Yeah, it'd make it the next step down at 150. They'd be almost night and day difference. Oh no, not really. They'd still be pretty close. Okay, so what if I did 1150? Yeah, that cuts it out quite a bit. Okay, that could work. Because it's faster, the same at 75, and then it gets worse after 75 meters. That could be just fine. Let's try that. So yeah, for if somehow this gets into Dice LA's or just Dice in general, their studio, I mean, Bad Company 2 loved, Battlefield 3 loved, Battlefield 4 I didn't get nearly enough time with, and so I can't give an honest opinion on that, but from what I did play, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I know other people have too, so I'll go ahead and just congratulate you on Battlefield 4. Battlefield 1 well and truly blew me away. That was easily one of my, I'd say easily top 10, maybe even top 5 video games that I've ever played. I really enjoyed Battlefield 5, and then I don't know about definitely top 10, close to top 5 for sure. If not top 5, then definitely close to top 5. And I didn't get Battlefield 5. I played the beta and didn't like it. I just kind of had that feeling that it was going to launch without enough content, and just not quite cut it for what I wanted from a Battlefield game. I didn't get Hardline because I played the beta and had the same feeling. So I could just kind of tell that, especially when you guys went the route to have the in-game currency and then you spend the money instead of just going for straight unlocks, that I didn't like. I had the same feeling with Black Ops, by the way, which is another reason why I felt that way with Hardline, because I didn't trust that it could be done well, and I feel like that trust was well placed. I didn't trust that it would happen, that it would go well, and from everything I heard, it didn't. Yeah, I played Black Ops 1 and loved the gameplay. The gameplay of Black Ops 1 I had a very hard time complaining about. What I had a much easier time complaining about was the level up system. And I could just kind of tell between zombies and between the level up system that Call of Duty was going down a path I did not want to follow. And it was going to stop being the Call of Duty that I knew and the Call of Duty that I liked. And I would say that ended up being true. I would say for the most part that statement is super, super true. And I did end up playing Advanced Warfare, and I was fantastic at Advanced Warfare. Don't get me, like, I had a great time. I won a game of gun game on Advanced Warfare by punching. And you probably want to know what I mean by one. I didn't get any kills with guns. I had 30 kills with melee, and the game ended on time because no one could win. I kept punching all of the crossbow people, and there were like 6 of them by the end of the game, and none of them could get the kill because I kept putting them back off the crossbow before they could kill me or anyone else. So the game ran out on time, which was fucking hilarious, and I laughed my ass off with that. I kept a screenshot of that game for like the longest time, but I don't have it anymore. I kind of wish that I did, but I had a fantastic time on Advanced Warfare. It was a shit game. I hated it. It was not what I like about Call of Duty whatsoever. But if Advanced Warfare wasn't a COD game, it wasn't half bad. But for a COD game, that was horrible. But if it wasn't a COD game, then like 7 out of 10, maybe 6 out of 10. But for a COD game, no, it didn't feel like Call of Duty at all. But it was super fun, like the wall running and like all that kind of stuff like that. I think you could wall run, but whatever it was, like just the extras, the double jumps too, like, oh god, like there are some nasty plays that you could make in Advanced Warfare. That movement was just like next level for when that came out, and it was nasty, man. I had a lot of fun, kind of flexing on people back when I used to know live COD. So it was a good time. And then I got World War II and took that back in 3 days because I saw the lack of content piece of shit that game was going to be. And they tried to copy Battlefield too much with like the weapon classes and stuff. It just didn't. I didn't like it. The whole thing just felt horrible. And I took it back. I took it back so quick that I couldn't even return it. I had to trade it into GameStop for a copy of Modern Warfare Remastered, which I also wasn't a huge fan of. Because I took it back within the first week, and for sales purposes, Call of Duty doesn't allow returns within the first week because they don't want to hurt their figures. So I had to exchange it instead of returning it because the thought of keeping it for another 4 days to be able to get my money back made me want to throw up. So I just got rid of it as fast as I could. I went straight from Best Buy to GameStop, and GameStop would let you return it. So that was every game I get now I get from GameStop because GameStop will let me return it in the first week. So they gave me a straight swap from World War II to the $40 thing. So I lost $20, but I got a game that I wanted anyway, and that I probably would have paid $60 for in the first place. And then I wasn't a big fan of what they did to that game either. They ruined the vibe of that game. Looked great. Guns were fantastic. They felt almost the same. I mean, I played that game every day for like 6+ hours a day in 2007, and it's one of my favorite games. And it all felt great. It was awesome to have it back. The voice lines were almost exactly like I remembered them, if not the same. You know, it was a super nostalgic experience, and I had a great time. But the new guns, the new skins, just they didn't. The experience wasn't the same. The game was almost indistinguishable, but the experience was completely different, and that's why I didn't like it. They monetized it too much. They didn't make a true remaster. They just kind of like they did what I would call a soft reboot. It wasn't really a remaster. It wasn't the exact same game. It was a cash grab. So I just didn't I didn't like it. 125. Yes, that's not good enough. Well, that's too good. Yeah, that's still too good. So let's try minus 80. And then by 75, it's at 104. That's better. 100 is at 156. That's better. That's much better. Let's try this. 28.4. 65. 4.2, 56, 3, and then 223, 2. That's pretty steep. I don't know about that. No, that's not that bad. That's not even as steep as the Hemlock. Well, that's surprising. Okay, but that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Eventually, it kind of meets up with where the Hemlock is anyway, and it's just slower overall, but it gets to the same spot. I think I can live with that. It's technically hitting the bad mark sooner. The Wingman would actually be better at further ranges than the Hemlock, but that's kind of okay based off the size and the damage and the skill ceiling for that in the first place. So the Wingman would feel pretty damn good, especially at range compared to what most people are doing. So that could be okay. But that could even be a little bit steeper. I could do minus 85 just to really kind of get those numbers a bit higher. So 62.9 instead of 62.5. 105. 6, 160, and then 231. That would be a bit better. So 62.9, 105.6, 160, and 231. Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay. Yeah, we'll call that good. Okay. Let's actually look at all the ones that we already balanced, and let's get those put away so that we can see the ones that we didn't. The L-Star is actually going to be perfect too. I'm going to leave that as is. So the Havoc needs to get changed because I didn't do the Havoc right. Did I do the Havoc right? I mean, the Havoc actually could be okay. It needs a little bit of work, but that could be okay because the Havoc is. Oh no, that's the A10. Which one is the Havoc? Havoc is the dark blue line. Oh, maybe that is okay. Maybe that is okay. What's the Spitfire? That's the Spitfire. That's probably too good. How's the Bocek? Oh, that one's the Bocek. Okay, so that the Havoc is... Oh, no, the Havoc's garbage. The A10 is okay. That I don't mind. The A10's looking pretty good. That's no big deal. So the Bocek is looking okay too. That needs to be slower. So the Bocek needs to slow down. The A10 I'm going to call good. No, the A10 was supposed to be closer up. That was supposed to be more like the Flatline where it didn't have great range. So the A10 I should redo. The Devo I should redo. The Devo I should actually just turn into the A10. That would be perfect. Just put the Devo where the A10 is, and then I can make the Spitfire a little bit worse, but keep it about the same. So let's just do that real quick. Let's just change the Devo to the A10. Yeah, so if we just did 800 and minus 35, then that would make the Devo the A10. And that'll be pretty good. And then that'll stay relevant at further ranges while still being toward the top and not being super great. So that would be okay. And then the Bocek needs to get worse. The Spitfire could get better. No, this is the Spitfire. That needs to get a little bit worse. That's too good at 125. Is it though? As long as it's bad by 150, then that could be okay. But I don't think it will get bad by 150. 800. What's 150 divided by 800 times 1000 is 187. 150. No, it won't get bad by 150. That needs to get worse. Okay, so what do we? I didn't write down the names. Fire. Get worse. Check. Get worse because the Bocek's last useful range was supposed to be 75 meters. So that needs to get worse. And then the Wingman's good. L-Star's good. Those are good. The Havoc. And then the Devotion's good. So Devotion's good as well. So we can get rid of that. And then, you know what? I'll go ahead and copy that down there. I don't remember what it... Yeah, that's what it is. And then the R301. And the Flatline. Cool. Okay. So there's that. Havoc, A10, Bocek needs to get fixed. The Spitfire needs to get fixed. Okay. Cool, so that's what I'm looking at here. That is the goal. So actually, you know, let's go ahead and just go ahead and look at these real quick for what the good ones are before we get too deep in what we're doing here. So that's not a whole lot of variety, actually. I'm not really seeing a whole lot. What's supposed to be doing well at 125? I think around the 125 mark, we wanted to see some stuff not be doing great. And it's very hard to get stuff doing fantastic at 100 and then be doing horrible by, again, because it's a 25-meter difference. You don't want there to be too steep of a line in between that. But there's definitely some variance in here. And we're definitely seeing those three guns being completely useless, which would be the Hemlock, the Flatline and the Wingman. These guys are being completely useless. Then we've got the Devo and the R301 trying to compete the best they can up here. The L-Star coming in to compete as well. And so what are the gaps that we need to fill? Well, we need to have another gun be kind of shitty up here. That's going to be the A10, or the range on the A10 is not going to be great because it is going to be a pretty strong gun up close, and so I want to make it a weaker gun at range. That way it's not too good the whole time, because it's going to be a definite replacement for the Spitfire while I change what the Spitfire is going to be. So I want to make sure that the range on that gun is not great. The Spitfire is going to fill this gap in here, the 125 mediocre gap. That's what the Spitfire is going to change, with it being the potential to go maybe 150 or longer. The next gap that needs to get filled, it's going to have to be the Havoc. The Havoc is going to have to kind of get mixed in with all of this. It's not as much diversity as I was hoping to see, but the reality of getting something here to there is going to be pretty rough. Which I might have the Havoc fill. Well, this is not really the place for the Havoc to fill this gap. If I was going to have an AR fill this gap, it'd be the R301. To have the R301 be better for longer and have it really kind of down here, then up, and then up. That might be closer to what we want to fill that gap for. And the Hemlock could get a little bit better, but that's where the Spitfire might compete a bit more with the R3 at range. So that could be a change to the R301, is to make the R301 better, to get it further down this hole, and let that kind of come in and take precedence. And then the Hemlock could probably just stay where it is. I don't think I'm worried about the Hemlock going too far. That's a pretty good line for the Hemlock there. The R3, if we're looking at it, is already pretty close to that. It'd have to be a steeper line to get it to do closer to what I'm thinking, which is going to be rough. That's going to be kind of rough. It's going to start losing its potential really quickly, and I don't know if I want that. Or the range is going to have to get extended out to like 150, which is doable. That's possible. We could have the range go out to 150. But then we worry about the R301 being too much of an all-in-one weapon. And this is where the G7 is supposed to come into play here. So the anvils make it more of that kind of gun. So maybe that's just where that's going to come in, is that it needs anvils to do what I want it to do, which is where, if you look at where anvils are, that's where I would love the R3 to be. In comparison to the rest of the guns, I'd like to see that big of a difference. But the reality of that is maybe just not doable. So this might just be what we have to do as a category, to have it all be all bulked together like that. We kind of have the same thing in SMGs anyway, but we'd have a few variances along the way. So it's not the worst if it, that's pretty, it's just more of it here. It's almost the same thing, but there's just more of it. So it's going to make it harder for that to stand out and for those differences to be a thing, which is one of the reasons why I have the LMGs on a different chart. But the ARs and LMGs are going to be pretty similar, so I wanted to see how they all fit together. But that might have been a mistake. But I definitely want to see the Spitfire more down here. The Havoc, I think I might try to drag a bit more exponential to try to get that to fill that gap a bit better. And then the Bocek needs to be like super fast decay, because it's not supposed to be any big kind of sniper. And then the A10 is going to be super fast decay too. These guys are going to be almost identical. So there's that. And I guess we'll just work on that then. So the Bocek, this guy needs to be bad by 75 meters. That means 116. So that this could just have a better decay. I don't want this to be too quickly. I don't want this to be too quick. So I think I want to reduce the rate of fire down to like the meters per second down to like 800, and then go from there. And minus 75 might even be too much. Let's go minus 60 and see. So that's 75, 110. That's actually kind of perfect. 100, 161. Yeah, okay. That could be a little bit steeper, but this also could just get slower. Let's try 700. So 129. That's good. Bit before 50 is 71. I don't remember, 78 rather. Don't remember if that's good or bad. Let me put this back up to 750, and then I'll reduce that to 65. That puts it at 121. Yeah, okay. 180 at 125, 100. Yeah, that's good. And then okay, yeah, that can work. That can work. So let's try this. Bow check goes to 33. Point 73. Try that. The bow check. 25 meters. 3, then 7. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. That gets up to where the flat line is. It starts sooner. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. That's slow. It's what an arrow should feel like. I think that's good. And that's still usable by it's by no means unusable. This is still going to be faster than what it currently is up close. So it will be it'll feel snappy, but it'll definitely feel hard at range, which is the point. It's a bow. It's it should be a lot slower than this at 125 meters, I'll tell you that. 255 meters, 255 milliseconds. At what are we looking at for 125 meters? It's still going 490 meters per second. I don't even think an actual arrow will go that fast. Minecraft archery calculator, bow speed slash arrow. Oh, oh wow, okay. Oh, that's feet per second. Okay. 70-pound bow may lose 1 foot per second for every additional 3 gains of arrow weight. For arrows need 350 grains. For arrows need 450 grains, it may take 4 grains of arrow weight to reduce the speed of foot per second. Oh, okay. Okay. Key momentum. See. Okay. I wonder how, let's just Google how fast is an arrow, and that'll give us a rough calculator, but it seems like there's a lot of different answers for this. So 225 feet per second. Okay. Recurve bows can travel up to 225, but that's not as fast as compound bows. Well, compound bows can go up to 300 feet per second. Okay. Or 200 miles per hour. Wow. Okay. So 300 feet per second, there's 3.3 feet per meter, right? So it'd be 300 divided by 3.3. So 90 meters per second is how fast the bow should go. Mine are going significantly faster than that. So it's definitely going to be faster than your average bow. Smarter than your average bear. Kind of thing. So no worries about that. It should feel just as snappy as it does now. In fact, snappier. Actually, this is probably snappier. This is snappier than what it is now. This is significantly snappier than it is now. Probably about the same by 125, actually. By 125, it probably feels about the same, but it'll feel snappier up close. Should we have it significantly slower? Maybe we should have it significantly slower. Maybe this should be like the RE45. Maybe that should go down like 650 to really get that up there. Then I can lose 60 instead. And 38. Yeah, that's probably the best. That's probably the right move. Probably the right move. 38. 5. And 80. Last number, because it's just not gonna matter. So 38.5. Gonna bring, yep, there we go. That's gonna bring it up more. 84.7. That's gonna bring it up more. 141. Yeah, up significantly more. And then 212, way up there, and then done. Not useful after that kind of thing. So 100 meter mark, it's really hard which is probably for the best. It is a bow, but then I did want it to have more range though, and I mean like 70. This is still, especially at 75 meters. That's pretty close. 100 meters. That's probably pretty close. If not, no, that's probably not too close. That's honestly at 100. That's probably close to. No, I wouldn't say it's close to double. It's probably like 133 or 167 out 200 meters. So for it to go basically another frame to 200, or really that'd be like 233. That's a significant nerf. It is getting a better time to kill than most things, and a good headshot. So that's realistically probably fine. It's gonna feel like a bow. It's still gonna feel useful. It's just not gonna feel useful at 100 meters or more. And that's probably a good thing because it's a bow. So yeah, no big deal. And then the A10, we want to be better than that. The A10, we want to be better than that. So bow check. We'll check that is complete. The A10, we want to be better than this. We'll use this as a guideline. This wasn't the right move, so we need to do something different than this. 1080 might be the right move here. Not quite. 1,140. That's getting better. Getting better. How about 160? Okay. Yeah, that's getting better. 100 was what? What's the max? 155? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Try that. 25. 15. 5. 10.3. Let's try that. Oh, that also means that this is done. Oh wow. That looks great, but this is too steep. So that's, yeah, it's that 160, but that's just too much. Yeah, that's just too much. Okay, that's better. That's more tame. That goes to what, 25 to 50. Or 170. That's still a little too fast. A little too close to the devotion. I don't like how close to the devotion that is. Oh, I didn't copy what the devotion is. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Just have to type that back out. Whatever. Actually, did I write it down? I did write it down. Oh, this is one here. 31.3, 5. Oh, 0.4. That's what the devotion ended up being, I think. Pretty sure. A 10 turned into 25, 58, 104, 172.4, and 284.1. That's It's still a little rough. Losing a lot of range. But that's a fairly reasonable curve, but that's just super slow. That's super slow. For that curve, I think I need a faster overall velocity, but that's gonna get weird. Yeah. Let's try that. Oh, that's the same speed. No, that's it needs to get slower. Nah. No, that's just not gonna work. By 125, it just gets too slow. Do I need to go the other route? Do I need to go double low instead of double high? See. What would work here? So 950 and 125. Slower, slower, slower. Reasonable, but not great. It's better than before. That's slower. That's faster. 104, that's slower. 60, that's a little bit slower. 26, a little bit slower. Okay, that could work. What do we got for the devotion again? That's pretty good for the devotion. That's okay. I don't hate that. So what do we got now? We got I didn't write it down. You dumbass. $26. 7. That's not a significant difference. It's better, but it's not much better. But that probably works. That's just a really big gap in 25 meters to go from 174 to 278. That's a lot. I've been doing that before, though. I've got 25-meter gaps that I'm doing like that. The R301 flatline are prime examples. That's a lot to lose every 25 meters. I mean, to lose 155 meters per second every 25 meters, that's steep. I don't know if that's really the route that I should be taking. Because that is exceptionally fast decay. But it is closer to what Apex is. Apex has reasonable curves, but they have them much higher up. And if I moved the reasonable curves lower, then that wouldn't feel like Apex anymore. So by having more extreme curves, it's keeping the range of Apex close to the same, but it's allowing for snappier up close fights. But at the same time, those extreme curves are going to feel like your gun just hits a wall. Like it's gonna feel like by 125 meters or 100 meters that anything past that you're just like shooting darts, like you're not actually like using a gun, which is, I would say, probably the exact reason why Apex has soft curves higher up, because they probably ran into the same issue with playtesting, is that if playtesting this probably wouldn't feel good. This, in all likelihood, with that steep of curves, would just feel like your gun's doing great, and then just slow, just like it just almost stops working. You know, like the bullets disappear after 125 meters or after 100 meters. It's just gonna feel like they're so slow that you shouldn't even shoot. And then the bullets are gonna be losing velocity so quickly that it's gonna feel impossible, and would be impossible to even attempt long range shots with these guns, which isn't the worst thing. It's just likely going to break suspension of disbelief. I would say that's very, very likely going to break suspension of disbelief. But the issue that I'm going to run into is that if I don't do these strong curves, then I have guns who are way too effective at too long of ranges, which is not good. Or I have Apex's current issue, which is they're too bad anyway. They're too slow. Because I can either have them too fast for Apex, not too fast, but too fast for Apex, or too slow for anyone to use the damn thing, or I can have it have a super steep curve. And the likelihood is that playtesting something with as steep a curve is not gonna feel great. It's not gonna feel great. Because it is definitely gonna feel like they just disappear. It's gonna feel like the projectile just isn't there after so far, and the 25-meter gap is probably what's gonna kill it. For it to lose that much every 25 meters is not great. So yeah. Yeah. It probably should all be below 100, if not less than that. 100, losing 100 meters per second every 25 meters is not going to feel super great. I don't. What's a more realistic curve? What would a more realistic curve be if I wanted to just to help widen the knowledge of this and remind myself of what a more realistic curve would be? If I wanted to look at something slow, like a 44 ACP muzzle velocity, it's going to depend on barrel length, but this is what are we going to look at? We're looking at 830 feet per second, but depending on this, it can go as high as 960. So $120 meters. Oh. Okay. Wow, 75 yards, 6.8 inches low. That's a good amount. At 100 yards, foot low, over a foot low. Damn. But what's the velocity fall off? Velocity at 100 meters, not yards. At 100 yards, velocity is 873, 824. Wow, so that's 100 yards. That's not the same as 100 meters. It's a little bit less, isn't it? It's a little bit less. It's not that much less. So if it went from 873, so if we assumed it went from 960 to 870, then that's losing 90 meters per second over 100 meters, which divided by 4 would mean it'd be no more than 22. And that's for a slow bullet. Faster bullets maybe a thing, but that means 22 is realistic. This is the most realistic one I have then for the devotion. Those are all okay except for the alternator that's losing 100. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, because there's a pretty fundamental issue here where they're just gonna, what would be a high velocity round? There's something more average. 5.56 is a pretty average high velocity round. So 5.56 velocity at 100 yards, 50-yard velocity. So muzzle velocity 3,200 feet per second, and it ends up at 2,800. So 3,230 feet per second divided by 3, so 1,000 meters per second. 1,075 divided by 3, that would go to 900. So wow, so minus 1,075, that's only a net change over 100 meters of 135 maybe. Then that divided by 4 would mean 33. So for it to feel realistic, this is what more like what PUBG does. Yeah, but that means some of these guns having fantastic range that I don't want to have that range. It's gonna, like, if I did this to Apex, people would go, this isn't Apex anymore, because they'd be getting way easier kills at range, like way easier. The whole game would feel different. I don't think I can do that, but that's what would feel believable. Would be 23 to 34. This is not gonna work. Because it's Apex, I could double it, but I don't think I can triple it. I think the highest that I can do is 70. So if I redevelop this with 70 in mind as my cap, then everything above at 100 or higher needs to be reduced to 70, and then this stuff at 65 we're probably gonna have to change. But I did kind of like where the Prowler was, but it's gonna change its relation to this, so it's supposed to be worse than these guys, so this is probably gonna have to go down like 55 to make it more believable and worse. No, that'd make it better. That'd make it better. It can stay at 65. But yeah, the flat line now would have to go down to like 70. This would have to go to 70. Hemlock would have to go to 70. Because it's just not gonna feel believable. It just isn't gonna feel right. It just won't feel right. So it's gonna feel like the bullets just disappear, and that's just not okay. So that's the max that I can do. Maybe for some of the heavier guns, I could put that up to like 85. Like these guys, I could probably do 85 because they're bigger and heavier. Lombo, I could put up to 85. Double take, I could put up to 85. And then these guys, I'd probably keep at 70. These I'd probably keep at like 70. And then these are all gonna have to get changed. Yeah, that's just how it's gonna be. And then for these guys to really stand out close up, that's just what's gonna have to happen. So yeah, That's what we're gonna have to do. That's just if we're gonna do it, we gotta do it right, and that's gonna mean having to redo some of the work sometimes. But even though I'm like super tired and really don't want to, maybe we just set this up and do it another day, because this needs to get done right. And if it's not gonna feel believable, then there's no point. It needs to feel believable. It needs to be better, but it also needs to be believable. And I don't feel like destroying a game because I want, you know, like breaking suspension of disbelief is just as bad as having too slow velocities. So I can't break suspension of disbelief. So if say 85 on the really fast ones and 70 on the slower ones is the best that I can get, then that's the best that I can get, and that's even twice as slow as other guns and stuff like that. So and great at 70 or even 100, 150 could be believable if the map wasn't bigger than like 100 meters. If it wasn't bigger than 100 meters, then no one would notice. But because it's a bigger map, because there's lines of sight out to 200 meters, you're gonna get to the point where at the situations that I had, you'd be having bullets going like really fast, and then around like 100 meters to like 200 meters, it'd start taking like a whole second for the bullet just to go that far, and it's gonna feel like it's completely worthless and like it doesn't do anything. And granted, that's kind of a thing already in Apex, but it doesn't feel like the gun goes into slow-mo, and that's the difference. What I did that I'm now trying to fix is it would make the gun like feel like there's a range in which a slow-mo trigger happens, and the bullet just like goes full Matrix, versus what happens currently in Apex is that it stays slow the entire time. And so it's believable that it would take that long, but it also takes an unreasonable amount of time. So you don't second guess it because of how the curve is, but what you also don't quite realize is how slow it really is. And so the curve that I did before would make it feel fantastic and responsive and snappy like a gun should, and then it would just immediately go into slow-mo. Like after 100 meters, it would just start freezing, and you'd feel like, why am I even shooting? Because it would take so long to get there that you wouldn't believe it, and it would be too frustrating. So hopefully 70 is enough to get away with that. If you think about the time difference here between say 20 to 50, that is already a smaller gap than what is currently in Apex, because 25 to 50 currently in Apex is more than a couple frames. And so what's 75 to 114? 39. That's a couple frames. So 39 milliseconds. What's a frame? A frame is 33 milliseconds. So this is a 1 frame difference here. And that's probably a bit more, and that's probably a bit more. Right? 155, 232 to 155 is 77. That's about a 2 frame difference. That's close. I'd say in Apex right now, a 50-meter gap has close to a 3 to 4 frame difference. So we're basically doubling the velocity. So that's kind of the curve here following this gap, that we'd be putting it to 1 to 2 frames every 50 meters instead of the 3 to 4 frames every 50 meters. That's about what Apex currently is 3 to 4 frames every 50 meters. So putting that down to 1 to 2 is what that difference would be. And then this alone at 100 is already a good bit faster. This is pretty average for what Apex is currently at 100. 100 is like at best 100 milliseconds, at worst like 233 milliseconds, I think. So keeping to this and then just reducing the number of frames at range is already going to be a huge step. But I also want to make sure that I'm not creating too big of a gap. I need to keep that 3 to 4 frame gap consistent even at the non-effective ranges, because it's just because it's not an effective range doesn't mean it should be completely impossible and the bullet should just not exist, kind of thing. So that's what the 70 is for, is to make it feel plausible without it actually being a thing. You know, it's a lot to explain, but the point is that that needs to happen. So that's what's going to happen. The bow check. Doing the thing. This needs to be equal to this, because this is what the bow check is being balanced for. There we go. Okay, I think I need to end. It's been 3 hours, almost 3.5 of this, and I've made enough mistakes, and I'm tired enough that I just kind of feel like calling it a day, and working on this tomorrow. I'm just not getting enough sleep. I've been trying to watch this and worry about this, and that's super fucking annoying. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's super annoying. So yeah. Anyway, thank you all for coming by. I think that's gonna have to do it for today. I might, if I feel better later, I'll probably come by and try to do this off stream again and fix this, and maybe we'll just put the graphs in again tomorrow like we did today, because that's probably what we'll do. We'll look at the graphs, get those going, and make sure that the velocities look good, because this needs to be a thing and they need to look better. They need to be more like this, and do the things. So we want to get better graphs, because this is not okay. So we need to fix that, which means a lot of this is going to have to get redone. So all the stuff that we thought we finished is just not gonna be a thing. So we're just gonna, the L star is actually gonna be fine. That gets to stay. That's the one that I don't have to redo. But I can't just do what I did with the L star the entire time. That's just not quite gonna work. So we'll try to figure out something. But anyway, we will do our best and try to grab something that's a lot more usable, a lot more realistic. Because again, this is the gap that starts to be bad, is here, because we're looking at and then also the next gap after that at the 150. This is exponential, and it's gonna get really messy after this, because that's only 2 frames right now, but this is really easily gonna hit 3, 4, 5, 6 frames every 25 meters after 125, which maybe isn't that big of a deal. But I want it to feel at least somewhat realistic, and the 70-85 mark that we made for, based off of the actual real IRL data, that's going to help keep the curve realistic, but also let it be slower so that it fits more of the theme of Apex, and what Apex is doing, versus like if it was a Battlefield game, I would just straight up be taking the muzzle velocities and putting them into the thing. If it was PUBG, just straight up take, the fastest version of all of that with like the weakest curves and put that in the thing. If it was PUBG, I would just take, that 556 max velocity of 1100 ish, 1100, 1150, 1175, and put minus, 33 on there every 25 meters and call it a fucking day, and I would do that more or less for all of the ARs. That's what I'd do. The M4 I'd put at the M16 Or does PUBG even have an M16? It's been so long since I played PUBG. PUBG's got to have an M16. You know, the M4 M16 I'd put at 1100. You know, the Scar I'd probably put at like, maybe 950. Oh no, I'd probably put the M16 and AR at 960. I'd probably put the Scar at like 850. And do like the Scar at like 850 and like minus 33. The M16 and M4 at minus 9 at 960 and minus 25. And then I'd probably put the Mini 14 at like 1100 and minus 22 or something like that, you know, and that would probably be what I do, you know, for PUBG, because that's realistic. It's a bit easier, probably look just fine on the curves. It feels super realistic, snappy. Mini would be great at range, that kind of, that kind of thing. That's easy, that just re-inputting actual data is not a problem, but creating it for this is going to be more of a challenge, because there's a certain feel and vibe that Apex is going for that isn't real, like it needs to be mimicked. We need to mimic actual things, but it still needs to feel like Apex. And so this is where knowing what's reasonable and knowing what's gonna feel good, and then applying that to Apex with the 2 times multiplier that we did to make it slower, but also not so fast, so slow and so exponential that it's not believable. And I think I went too far with like the minus 120, the minus 150, like that probably just went way too far. So capping it at minus 70 for the ARs, capping it at minus 85 for the sniper, and then allowing wiggle room within that is where we need to try to make this work. And likely capping all the ARs to like no faster than like 900 milliseconds. Maybe no faster than like 950. That'll probably be a thing too, and trying to get those velocities a little bit more under control. But we also might be running into an issue where like we're not really getting that, where this curve may not be working, because we did go off of Warzone, and Warzone is fast, and Warzone might even be too fast. What we might want to do is rebuild this chart based off of real world data and then double it. That's what we may want to do. That might be the route to take. In fact, if we took the what would it be? The 870 meters per second, right? Divided by, oh no, rather it was the 100 meters per second divided by the 870. That's 0.11. No. It's 8.7 meters per second, I think, if we go off of what we were doing before. Because 57 divided by 75 is 0.76. Yeah, so it'd be 8.7 meters per second times 10, so it'd be 87 compared to what we did before. So what we were doing before at 19 or whatever that was, when we were doing the 10s, it was 7.6. It'd be going from 7.6 to 87, and that would be fast or something. I don't know, I'm too tired for this. So we might have to continue that. Maybe we'll sample actual data, because we were going off of the movement speed. Well, this wasn't going off of the Call of Duty. This was going off of movement speed. This was going off of the in-game Apex movement speed. I basically adapted it from Call of Duty, but this version is definitely more accurate to the Apex movement speed and how long it takes to go across the entire hitbox from walking That's what this is based off of. So this is really, because of the in-game movement speed, what we should be doing. But another thing about PUBG and it being more realistic, it also means slower movement speeds. So 4.5 meters per second is a very fast movement speed for reality, which also means, like Warzone, by the way, Warzone has a 5 meter per second walking speed, which is why Warzone has faster velocities. So realistically, what I should be doing is making it faster than what is real. Because if I used straight real world data, then the bullets would still feel slow because the movement speed is faster than what you would experience by like probably close to 2 times. What's the average walking movement speed? The average walking speed is 3 to 4 miles per hour, or 1 mile every 15 to 20 minutes. What's in meters per second? 1.4 meters per second. That's the average walking speed, is 1.4, depending on factors height, weight, age. So even if you just put that up to a 2, which would be I guess you could say a fast walking speed, Apex is twice as fast as that. So realistically, I could take real world data like PUBG and put it in Apex, and they would still feel slow, but it would also still feel faster than what is currently in Apex. I think 90% sure. If I was to take at 100 meters for a gun be going 890 meters per second, which is what an AR would do, it would take 112 milliseconds to go 100 meters, which is on average about the same or faster than what is currently in Apex, especially for the R301. Currently in Apex for the R301. Or rather, when I say currently, I need to put an asterisk of that being Season 7. But the R301 at 50 meters is 133 milliseconds. At 100 meters is 267 milliseconds. And actual real world data would put that at 114 milliseconds instead of 267, which is half this. It's half. It's half, and that would still feel slow, by the way, because of the faster movement speed. So and 114 based off of my data that I gathered based off of the movement speed that took into account the walking speed. At 100 meters, 114 is average, and it went 112 currently. So my chart's fine. My chart based off movement speed is fine because a real bullet would go that fast, and 4.5 would just be more like a sprinting target IRL, but in Apex it's a walking target. So that would still feel really good, and then sprinting it would still be rough. Yeah, so I'm on track. I just didn't do the curve right. What I'm trying to aim for is totally fine, but the curve that I'm trying to hit is just not going to work. So yeah, so I can still slow it down a little bit, but the target that I'm aiming for is just fine. It's just going to mean that the range of these guns isn't going to decay as fast as I want, which is why they were so steep. I wanted the range to decay on the guns faster to really help limit how they were used, so that you wouldn't feel like you could snipe with an R301, but the recoil is going to have to be the reason that can't happen. So the anvils may not increase muzzle velocity anymore. I might remove that feature in order to help it have a great curve without it and help it, you know. And then again, it would just be a recoil nerf to the R301 to make it hard to control at range without having to have it sacrifice that velocity. So that would have to be a change to the R301. But anyway, that's gonna do it. Thank you all for coming by. I really appreciate you coming by and coming through this with me and going on this journey and trying to figure out what the best way to do this is. If you guys were confused by any of this, that's fine. I was too. I'm kind of tired, so it's not going to be a simple or quick process. There's going to be learning along the way, so hopefully you do too. I know I'm definitely learning along this journey as well. If you have any questions or concerns, if none of this sounds right to you, if you have done this before and I'm doing it wrong, you know, whatever the case happens to be, please feel free to reach out and say, hey, just as a heads up, like, this is what the thing is, and all, you know, stuff like that. And we'll probably go ahead and look at what the difference is between the things. In fact, just to get rid of the derp music, because it's starting to bug me. Just to go over like what current Apex is and like what maybe the rate of what well, not current, but what this is doing every 50 meters. Let's look at what they're doing every 50 meters. That would say 100 or so every 50 meters. Which is, yeah, that's within the believable curve. The Hemlock is fucking horrible between 50 and 100. But let's just say if we took it the 260, it's 133 every 50 meters, which would be 66.5 every 25 meters. So that's really close to what Apex does right now, is around that 70 mark that we were talking about. Right? So 300 minus 133 divided by 2 is 83. So the 70 to 85 that I was a complete fucking guess at based off of real world data, that's actually what Apex is doing right now. That's really close to what Apex is doing right now. So that's not bad. That's okay. Yeah, cool. Cool. That's basically what's happening right now, is that 75 to 83. So what I might even want to do is go back here. I don't need to save any of that. And instead of 70 on the thing, I think I need to make it minus 80 max for snipers, the really big snipers, or just snipers in general. And then we'll do minus 70 on the longbow, minus 70 on the triple take, and then maybe everything else will be minus like 60 for ARs. We'll do minus 60, DMRs minus 60, snipers minus 70. Snipers minus 80, DMRs / snipers minus 80. Maybe I'll do minus 75 on the longbow, minus 70 triple take, 60 on DMRs, and then we'll do like minus 55, probably just minus 50 on most of the ARs, and then the stuff that we want to have be more like SMG like, we'd go down to maybe minus 30 for the SMG stuff. So the flatline would go more minus 30, the wingman would go more minus 30, the bow check would go more minus 30. Well, the bow check will probably do minus 40 because it's a bow, and we'll have it lose a bit more. The Archimedes is going to be more of a minus 30 kind of thing. The Devotion would be minus 50. The Spitfire would be more DMR-ish, so maybe we'll do minus 55 on that one to make it a little bit, well, maybe we'll do minus 60 because we want that to have a bit better range. Then the Hemlock, yeah, the Devotion, this needs to equal that. And then the L-Star is going to be more SMG-ish, but maybe we'll do minus 40 on the L-Star. And then the Havoc is just going to equal the Havoc, so there's that. And then SMGs need to be like at most minus 30. The shotguns I have at minus 10, which is totally fine. And then the bow is going to be minus 40, but this needs to go to at most minus 30 to get that to feel the way that it's supposed to. The RE45 will probably keep it like minus 30. The Volt I'll probably go down to like minus 20. P2020 minus 30. Maybe we'll do minus 25 on the Volt, 35 on the RE, and 40 on the 2020. and then the R99 will probably do -20. The alternator will do -20, and then the Prowler I'll do -30, and that'll be better. And then with the with those times and stuff, that'll be better. And then we'll just go in and mess with the fast velocity, like the actual velocity later. And that'll be a better template to go off of. That way we won't forget, and it'll be easier to work on. But yeah, so that was something that I didn't actually do the last time, which is why we're redoing this, because I saw a lot of this data and went, this just doesn't look right. So I'm glad that we went back in, and essentially what I'm doing is I'm adding laws, basically. Like it's no different than like if you were trying to create physics. Like there's certain things that always have to happen, and so what I'm doing is I'm adding parameters for different actions so that they have consistency and order. Otherwise, it's going to feel all random and chaosy and weird, and you won't really believe it, because you're going to be like, well, why does it do this one time and then that another? Or like it'd be like, why does this gun do this and this gun do that, when they're supposed to be close to the same thing? Like they need to have the same general attributes, and then be different slightly within, versus like super different attributes for almost no particular reason, right? It needs to be logical, it needs to be believable, it needs to do all these different things, whether that's realistic or not. Again, like these differences that we're adding in, some are realistic, some are not realistic, but it's basing it on reality or realistic concepts, or just repeatability and pattern that is enough to let your brain be okay with it. And that's, again, that comes back to what's described as what's called suspension of disbelief, which means that there's a certain amount of bullshit that your brain can look at without questioning. And that's what suspension of disbelief is. It means that if you go too far into the weirdness or to the extremes, then your brain will not accept that as fact or logical or real, and then it will question it and contest it and reject it. And so and that doesn't like, and that in itself is attributed to what you're doing. Like there's certain things that you go into with your brain, like when you play Skyrim, you don't know exactly what it was like during those times, but because your brain has gone, okay, this is historical, this is not real, there's certain attributes or there's certain circumstances that are tweaked or adjusted for in your thinking that allow a shift of the suspension of disbelief to include things that are probable because you don't know for sure and there's no way to know, right? But like when you watch TV and you watch like a cop show and something dumb as fuck happens and you're like, dude, there's no way that would happen, that's breaking suspension of disbelief. And all the great shows don't ever cross that barrier. And this is something like Star Wars, like that's something that the suspension of disbelief of sci-fi and things like that are created based off of what the show presents you, which is the same thing with Apex and the same thing with video games. What you believe on Apex and your suspension of disbelief with Apex is based off of what the game has presented you from the moment you were exposed to it till today. And that is how suspension of disbelief will work with Apex, is that it has to be within the logical set of conclusions that Apex has led you to believe for what is true and correct in this universe. Which is why people can watch Star Trek and have someone get teleported and they don't question it, because Star Trek has established that this is a thing. What breaks suspension of disbelief in sci-fi and, RPG games and stuff is inconsistencies. And that's what I basically created in my weapons. I created inconsistencies from what Apex has taught you and what I was trying to implement. And if I did that, then your brain would have gone, what the fuck happened to Apex? This is a lie. And that's what I can't do. That's what Respawn can't do. That's what all this stuff can't do. So when you hear me talking about like based on reality and stuff like that, it doesn't mean that I'm changing Apex into a realistic game, because I can't do that. If I turn Apex into a realistic first-person shooter, then that breaks the suspension of disbelief of Apex. So there's a certain reality and realm that I have to operate in here because of what Apex has established as its lore and its environment. But that also doesn't mean that I can't tweak it a bit and still get away with it, which is why it was important to look into how quickly the degradation of muzzle velocity can happen in Apex, and then also help tie into what is realistic. And that way I can try to rein myself back in and remember and reconstruct the laws that I'm operating on and make that closer to what is required. And that's what the last like 20 minutes of this was. And that also means throwing away all the work that I basically just spent the last like 2-3 hours doing. But it's better to do that than launch what I did. Like the changes that I made the first 2 hours of this would have broken the fucking game and made it weird as shit. So it's better that I did this and fix it and throw away the hours of work than like stick with that and get stubborn and dig my feet down and go, no, this will be fine, and then push that out the door, because then it just wouldn't, no one would like it and it wouldn't get accepted, and then all the work is for nothing, when I could have just fixed it and thrown away 2 hours. But instead I'm going to spend another fucking week working on it, and then none of that data is going to work because all my time to kill value is going to be based off of those. You know, the consequences of those actions, if I just let it slide, is way worse if I fix it later than if I just fix it now. So I need to just fix it now, but not now as in like right now, but now as in tomorrow. So anyway, that was kind of a rant. For some people that you didn't need to know that about suspension of disbelief. Most of you probably didn't need to know that. But that's something that I got taught as a creator and as a filmmaker when I was young. And so that carries with you and applies to all creative processes. Like it happens in photography, it happens in video. It's almost more restrictive in photography unless you're intentionally trying to break it. But if you break it, then you need to explain it. So that's, you know, there's a bunch more that you can get into with that. But it doesn't. It's a very valuable thing, and it's what keeps an immersive environment and what makes people like participate in that culture and environment that your game has spent all that time creating, because it allows you to get lost in what is inside. And if you're constantly like breaking the fourth wall or constantly breaking that suspension of disbelief, then you're the reader is forcing themselves back into it over and over and over again, because they're constantly either making excuses for it, or they're constantly they're just like, maybe they don't understand what's happening, and then they're not actually soaking in what you made because they don't actually understand what's going on, so they don't know that it's bad, kind of thing. Like there's a lot of different things to discuss around this that I just don't have the mental capacity for right now. And it's been a really long time since I've had to remember a lot of this stuff, because I haven't had to deal with suspension of disbelief because it only matters if you're altering reality. And when I did photography, I didn't do that. I didn't alter reality. I didn't have to worry about doing something so unbelievable that it was cool and beautiful, but so realistic and explainable that people didn't get upset and angry and go, what the fuck is that supposed to be? It's a very fine line to walk, especially in photography, because everything is going to be compared to what you have seen and done in real life. And it's a lot easier to play with that line in video games, especially video games that are not supposed to be super realistic, like Apex or like Halo, you know, or Skyrim. You can play with that line a lot more than you could in PUBG, than you could in Battlefield, than you could in Call of Duty. those games are so heavily compared and so heavily influenced by reality, and they look so real that the amount that you can get away with of going above that line or moving that line is way lower. But when you create an entire universe, then you can do whatever the fuck you want, but you need to be consistent. You can't just do whatever the fuck you want whenever the fuck you want, because then people won't believe it, care, or stay. There still need to be laws and rules and, you know, all of that kind of stuff. So, which is one of the reasons why talking to Respawn about these changes is so important, because Respawn is going to have a better grasp of their laws and understanding and what makes Apex than me. I can only go off assumptions, right? But if they had like a checklist of like all the things that you can and can't do in Apex, then I could do this job way easier. And it wouldn't be so much guesswork. Because basically what this is right now would be creating that checklist yourself. That's kind of what I'm doing for the most part. I have reference material, which is fantastic, but I essentially am having to create those laws myself, so that if these changes were to happen, it would be believable. And then on top of that, my laws need to be close enough to Apex's laws that you would accept the change. And that's the extra hard part, is making sure that my laws are close enough to Apex that if they were implemented in Apex, you'd believe it. That's the part that I probably would have broke today if I didn't fix this work. So anyway, bye-bye. Have a good time. I will see you guys in the next episode, likely tomorrow. And don't forget to join the community and support us any way that you can. We would love to have the help, both in growing the community and in supporting the community. Haven't asked for money in a while, which is how I would like to keep it. We're not really big enough to really count and depend on any kind of income, which is totally okay and understandable. But as a reminder, if we don't have that basis, then this will have to continue to get the back burner, continue to have later streams in the day, continue, you know, and likely have less streams overall, because I am going to have to start going to work. So for those of you that enjoy this content, that like this content, that want this content to stay the way that it is and become more frequent, then please consider supporting us financially, because that is exactly what we need, and it's what I would like to do. I'd like to do this more full time, but that's not going to be the case anytime soon, unless we have a massive explosion of a community, and then suddenly get some people that decide they want to donate for a couple bucks a month as well. We'd have to get 100 people or more, you know, tier 1 subbing, and more than that, because tier 1 subbing only get half. We you know, it would take probably a couple thousand people subscribed to make this a job. So realistically, it's just not going to happen anytime soon. But if you would like to make that a reality, then feel free to not sub yet, you know, but having the help of growing the community so that we have a couple thousand followers, to where it would make sense to donate. Because right now it's just more like, hey, I want to give you an extra thank you. That's kind of what subbing right now would be. It's just like, hey, extra thank you, this is cool, please don't stop. But also, like, you know, that the whole thing. So I view donations right now more as encouragement versus income, and I appreciate that. You know, encouragement isn't bad, but let's grow the fan base more and get more people here, so that I can realistically ask you guys to donate in a way that isn't just I don't want to say a waste, but it won't mean, like, you know, it's the en masse is the you know, mass amounts of people donating is what's going to make this work, not just one or two. So anyway, so thank you everyone for coming by. I appreciate the views that this series is getting to. I know this is not what a lot of you came to the channel for. It's not what a lot of you guys are super into, but this is what I'm into and what I do like to do. So we won't do this all the time, but from time to time, absolutely. And I am looking forward to getting back to playing games, but I don't want yet another project of mine to slip away and just be unfinished. And this project sat for so many months already, and it already bugged me that I had put it down for that long, but I was working so hard and burning myself out that it just wasn't. It's what I needed to do. I needed to put it down and walk away. And now I'm doing what I should have done and working at it bit by bit every day and trying to make sure that I'm being extra thorough to my already thoroughness that you guys have seen. I've already been pretty thorough, but I need to be even more thorough and make sure that when I do finish this, that it's applicable. I don't want to just make all this and be like, okay, I did it. Like I don't want to just check the box of project complete. I would like this to be something that could be applied to this game, because that's a skill in itself. Being able to recognize the laws and dynamics of a universe, of a media, or of a content, and then create and adapt or build within those is a talent of itself. So to be able to do that with Apex and know that I check that box is that's what would make me good at this job, to do this and be able to say like that this is worth listening to, and that this is not just like weird random fan advice, but actual like meaningful advice that wouldn't just completely change what you made. Because what Respawn made isn't bad. Apex is not a bad game. It's not this unsavable garbage that just should never be played. Like it's a really interesting game with really amazing mechanics and an interesting and complex legends, but the depth of the legend combat could be a little bit deeper. The muzzle velocity of the guns could be a little bit faster to help the ranged weapons shine through, to open up more avenues of play, because it's very pigeonholed and repetitive. And I saw like 3 people sniping in the ALGS tournament, like maybe 3 people sniping, and none of them won. At no point did that sniper ever help them get a kill. So it just wasn't, like it. They should, I don't need to go on that rant again. You guys, you've probably heard that rant enough. But yeah, that's if they want to be perfect, if they want to have the best version of themselves that has, in my opinion, a fantastic chance at being a regular competitive game that all the orgs or whatever stay at and go to, and have this be a lasting competitive game like CS:GO, then you need to have a more diverse meta, because I think what they're gonna find and what the pros are gonna find and what I have found is that it's very repetitive, and that the depth of Apex is coming from buffing and nerfing legends and cycling a meta, and not an actual deep complex meta that is up to the skill of the player. And that's more like Warzone. Warzone just kind of shifts the meta whatever way they see fit by adding or nerfing guns and these big sweeping patches that change the time to kills. And it keeps people chasing, but it also drove me away. Like that wasn't good either, because I was constantly having to play or constantly having to pay to be able to have fun in the game without getting completely destroyed every single time. And now granted, Apex isn't that bad, right? It is by no means that extreme, because Call of Duty is an extreme of that adaptation, but Apex is beyond a doubt going that route, and I, you know, how or in some versions has been on that route, and I don't want that to be the case. I think that there's the very real option for Apex to have a fixed gun meta that just doesn't change, and has guns added into it from time to time if they need to. But frankly, I think there's already enough in a diverse enough weapon group that if a meta was solidified that had options and situational things that made some weapons good sometimes and other weapons good other times, that they really don't need to add too many more weapons, if any more weapons, and that they could scratch the itch of content with maps, modes, and the occasional legend. And whether you guys agree with this or not, I would actually stop adding in a legend every season, because we won't always get as lucky as we did with Valkyrie. Valkyrie is a very balanced legend. Fuse isn't. You know, that's kind of the prime example. Having a legend every season is going to, one, leave a lot of the content creators for this burnt out. It's going to spread out the resources for what's actually important. It's going to spend money where you may not necessarily want that money spent, especially with the server state that many of you guys complain about. Where it could be the case where skipping 2 seasons of Legends is enough to justify the servers the way that you want, you know, or whatever. But that's an ongoing cost, so maybe that's not particularly the case. But you know, maybe it's 2 months of no Legends is enough for them to, you know, upgrade them for a season and see if it impacted the player growth, and if more people would play and more people would come, like that kind of thing. You know, maybe it's enough to experiment for a season or whatever. I don't know, but there's downsides to having to have all that content, and Fortnite is a prime example. I mean, if you see what they're coming out with now, they're grasping at straws. They're just asking fucking everyone if they want a sponsorship. I mean, if you wait long enough, you're gonna get to play as J.K. fucking Simmons from State Farm. Now, granted, that's a bad example. If you could play as J.K. Simmons in Fortnite, I would install that right now. That's a bad example. But the point is that you're gonna have a lot of Can we have J.K. Simmons as a legend in Apex? I mean, fuck, that just sounds great. I would love that. I don't know what his abilities would be, but it'd be really funny if you just had J.K. Simmons in there. Like that'd just be good. I'd laugh. I mean, hell, Call of Duty had the Allstate guy. You know, get the State Farm guy. Anyway, they've got Rick and Morty in there. They're doing Predator. They're doing Avenger. Like, it's every bit of different and weird content that's even remotely related to pop culture is getting shoved in Fortnite. And it's because they rushed through it. They didn't like, and I don't want Apex to do the same thing. I don't want to be the same mistake. I want them to be able to do what they did with Valkyrie repeatedly, and if that means taking a couple seasons off so that you can get a legend that is released in a balanced and working state, that is what I would prefer. That's what I'm used to with video games. I'm old enough where that used to be true. So, and I'm also young enough to see the dark side of that, where EA had content released that was blatantly overpowered so that they could sell it to you and that you would feel compelled to buy it because it was that broken, you know? So, which we complained about with Battlefield 1. I don't blame DICE, because DICE knew what the fuck they were doing. They made a fantastic weapon meta for Battlefield 1 that let everything feel like it had a place. Nothing felt like it was doing things it shouldn't have without it feeling really hard to control or having other downsides. So I know damn well that when they released all the French stuff in the state that they did, that it wasn't because they thought it was balanced, it was because EA told them to do it. So I by no means blame DICE for that. There's no way that they're that, like, DICE is not that incompetent. Like, say what you will about the Battlefields, especially maybe Battlefield 5, but DICE is not that incompetent. Okay, they know what they're doing. They didn't just like suddenly accidentally make all of the French content broken and overpowered. They didn't just do that on accident, right? That that has to be intentional, and I know DICE is not going to do that intentionally because they are fucking good at what they do, and I at least believe that at least some of those developers would not want to do that unless they absolutely had to, and the only person that would make them do that would be the publisher, because that sells more of that content because it's so broken. And I just realistically, DICE doesn't have the same reputation of being so money hungry. So you know, and hell, maybe I'm wrong. Andrew Wilson can fucking email me and let me know if I'm wrong about that one. But that's just how it seems to me, outside looking in. That's what it seems like, and I'd bet money on it. Anyway, I think that'll probably wrap it up. I don't really know what else to say. Oh man. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks everyone for coming by. Appreciate it. Thanks for putting up with all this stuff. I'm going to do my best to get some sleep. That way I'm not so ranty and exhausted and making so many mistakes. But it's been rough the past week. So I've got 2 days left now. Right? Wednesday. Yep. I've got Thursday and Friday for GameStop to do what I need it to do before I basically get to a spot financially that I don't want to be in. So I need that to drop, or I need Twitch to suddenly start making me money, and neither one of those things might happen. So we're gonna probably have to cut back on content to make time for work in the next couple months. So we'll have to see. I don't know for sure. I would love for that to change. I would love for GameStop to do what I need it to so that I can keep doing all of this content for you guys and for me. But unfortunately, what we might be looking at here is me needing to cut back even more on the content that I'm doing, leaving the weekend streams the same, and maybe streaming once or twice during the week, and for significantly less time. 4 hours is not going to work. So yeah, that's where we're at right now for the channel, which is disappointing to say the least. But I do really hope that this works out, because I'd like it to. So I'm not giving up on it by any means, but we need to grow for sure, and the sooner the better. So we're doing our best, but we might need to start doing better than our best. So anyway, goodbye, and I will catch you all tomorrow.